You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Good Sunday morning, and it is a good Sunday morning for us here at the FXR ProFish Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River, the first championship Sunday of 2025. We are down to 10 anglers, as is customary for this event at the top level of bass fishing, and this is a place where they have been many, many times before. The 10th visit of the Bassmaster Elite Series through 20 years to this special place, Palatka, Florida. That's the scene at the city dock there in Palatka. Takeoff time early, about an hour ago. Today, a gorgeous morning, dawning here, the warmest day we will have had in our 4 days of fishing, our total of 4 days. 3 previous days have taken us from the full field down to 50 yesterday for semifinals Saturday, and again, 10 anglers today, dealing with a little over 100 miles of this 300-mile mightiest river in the state of Florida, the St. Johns River. You see it flowing south to north, which is rather unusual, but something we'll get used to and still struggle with talking about directions as we come through here today. But we are underway, and you can see there's the defending champion, Corey Johnston there, and amongst the 10 today, he placed himself into that mighty effort on day number 3. Lots of stories working out there today. Lots of folks who could come up and get the job done. You never know. This is the land of the giants, and we were reminded of that each and every day of this tournament. We have seen some giants come across. And for the most part, it's been a challenge, a struggle, of course, when you're dealing with a cold front and a big one passed through on the first day. Take a look at how it played out yesterday at the weigh-in when I identified our top 10. The two-time former Angler of the Year, Gerald Swindle, Jake Whitaker with 20 pounds and 9 ounces, a huge day number 3. Patrick Walters, Davey Height, man, he's always a danger here.
He really is. My pick for Angler of the Year. He's been close ever since he's been on the Elite Series, but I think he might have it all put together this year with the schedule, and he's just been so consistent. Speaking of consistent, Corey Johnson, the winner last year, and he came in our top 10, and Mr. Consistent, especially when you're in the state of Florida, John Cox.
John Cox running away and hiding from everybody, Ronnie, as he always does. That's his brand, his trademark.
Absolutely, and he's in his home state of Florida. You got Brock Mosley, who loves the state of Florida, and it's treating him well this week. Shane LeHew doing something a little bit different, and just like Jay Shakur, but making it work for him.
Jay Shakur hodgepodging together a day, as he's done since day one was over. He's had to really scramble to find a way to do it, and he's talented enough to get it done. And there it is, a bag of 31 pounds and 6 ounces from John Garrett. That's in our top 10 bags ever.
Absolutely.
In 10 visits from the Elite Series. And your tournament leader, Bill Lowen, the 20-year veteran looking for his second Bassmaster Elite Series win, averaging 20 pounds a day, absolutely getting it done. But the big news yesterday was that giant bag from John Garrett. But John Garrett is sidelined for a few minutes this morning.
Man, looking forward to getting back there, but we have a little penalty box time. Yesterday, I had a little live well stuff going on. Had a lot of current down there, and I think I put it on pad a little too early. It's 30-mile-an-hour zones down in that Astor area. It'd be 30-mile-an-hour zone, a small no wake. 30-mile-an-hour zone, small no wake. And I think I just was all jacked up about those fish and where to get back, and I think I cruised past one of those no wake zones. So, honest mistake, didn't mean to do it at all, but we got a little 30-minute delay for the day, and that school's going to have to wait on me for another 30 minutes. I'm hoping they're still there. If they're still there and I could get 5 to bite, things could get interesting. Like I said, yesterday was special, though. We had the right water flow, right conditions. Those fish were biting, haven't been messed with before. I messed with them a little bit yesterday, and probably not the same water flow, but we'll go back with high hopes and see if we can get 5 in the boat.
Well, the plan is to try to go and catch the biggest bag that we can. I know I'm around the right size fish. Just got to be fortunate enough to get the right bites. The key here this week for me has definitely been the tide. When that tide window gets right is when I catch my bigger than average size fish. The tide gets later and later every day. It started at 11 one day, it's 12. Today the tide's going to get right about 1 o'clock, and I got to be back at 3. So we're really getting a really short window to capitalize on those big bites. But we're just going to go out. I'm fishing in my comfort zone. I'm fishing the way I love to fish, and I'm having fun. You know, after last year being my worst season ever, this year being to start off this year the way that we've started off with a top 10, I can't complain. If I don't catch a bass today, I've had a great event, but the plan is to go out and catch a big bag.
Our top two contenders a little more than 5 pounds apart as we begin this day, and as we know from the St. Johns River, 5 pounds is just that's one swing of the rod. So we expect a lot of dynamic changes during the course of this day. Who's going to wind up on top? Well, that's why we all show up here for Championship Sunday, and we can't wait to see the fishing get underway. Both of those guys mentioned you got to wait till the time when the conditions are right. It's not an all-day catch fest. It never is here at the St. Johns River. It's always a challenge, and that's why it's a great place to test the best in the business and coming right out of the box. First event of the season, Davey, and it's fun to watch.
Yeah, it's always fun here, and it sets up once again for a big stringer on the final day, being our winner. Obviously, John Garrett is the guy we're going to have our eyes on. Once he gets to go fishing, it's unfortunate that he sat there for 30 minutes this morning, penalty box. But I will say, having fished St. Johns River a lot, there's a lot of different areas where it's 30-mile-an-hour speed limit, minimum wake, no wake, a lot of things to deal with. Hey, and you just caught 31 pounds. I can understand how he got a little shook up.
Absolutely. That's the Hall of Famer Davey Height there with us all week and all day. Joining us now, Ronnie Moore has been had a prior commitment to a different sport. But now you're back in the seat today.
Absolutely.
A little hoarse because you overworked the voice.
You can tell how the basketball tournament Tommy went because if we won, I wouldn't be hoarse. We lost a couple games, but we're not. I'm glad to be back, though. The St. Johns River, like we talk about, 9-10 times we've been here for the Elite Series, guys, but it seems like when we expect it to be one way, it shows us something a little different. To see the North factor as much as it has this week, and to see 16 pounds make the cut per day and 21 be leading, it's still anyone's ball game. We've seen 35-pound bags come in and have a chance to jump from 10th and maybe win this event. So I wouldn't count anybody out today.
Mike Sukan also with us today. And Such, you've been watching the weights. You know what's possible here. The power of a big fish is powerful anywhere we go, but especially so here.
You know it, Tommy. Our big bass, John Cox, an 8.13. Chris Johnston had a 8.12 yesterday. John Garrett with an 8.6. You knew something was special yesterday when he started off with a 6-pounder, 5-pounder, 5.8. I'm saying these are bag builders, and then he comes in with an 8.0 on his way to 31.6. Get back in the game from 38th place. Who knows what's going to happen today if his fish are still there. If Bill Lowen can find a couple big ones, it's probably his to take advantage of and win this one.
Well, our 10 anglers have been traveling and setting up for the past hour, starting their fishing day. Now they're in it in full form right now, and let's get out to Bill Lowen. Bill Lowen's got to wait for the conditions. He's always got to say, he said all week, the tide has got to get right. The tide has got to get right for me to catch my big ones. But he's had no trouble putting a small limit in the bag each one of the 3 previous days.
So I'm on the map a little bit earlier. He was on the other side of the river checking out a spot. He said he was going to do, but he's back on his creek.
Well, like I said, I ran them 2 areas that I've been saving, and water temperature was like 56 degrees. I'm shocked that it dropped that much. And then I just got to my primary area. I'm out a little farther than I've been starting, and the water temperature in here is almost 59. I'm so shocked that it's dropped that much. So feel good that I'm in my area now. You know, I know they live here. That water temperature cooling down, I may have to slow way down to get a bite today, but we're just gonna creep up through here and see if we can't get a bite, just at least to get a clue on what's going on this morning. It's going to be, that afternoon deal is going to be so important when that tide gets right and this water temperature warms back up a little bit. It's going to be very critical to figure out how to get a bite, and then when I get a bite, figure out how to put him in the boat. So every day is something new, and today is no different.
Our Lowrance bird's eye view for you right there of Bill Lowen and this place downstream rather, from Palatka. It's north, which is always hard to wrap your head around, the water flowing from south to north. But this is, you don't see any evidence of human life up here because it is an undeveloped wild part of Florida, and that's what makes it so special and truly beautiful. We get to enjoy that all day long.
If you're from a lake that, you know, a reservoir, Davey, maybe in the Carolinas that's not affected by the tides, you don't know when the water gets right, but we'll get into that more and more with the tides. Every 6 hours it's high or low tide, and it changes daily by an hour, and where you are in the river it can come in quicker or slower, and the tides are minimal here, but the farther you get north, the more impact they do actually have.
Yeah, I'm surprised he stopped short of his area, because the best time has been later, but it gets an hour later each day. But now the morning should be closer to that lower water, so I would have gone straight to it.
Corey Johnston.
There we go.
Good, solid start.
We start the morning. Yeah, we'll start the morning with a 4-pounder.
Thought he was 3 when he swung it in. That's a solid 4.5 pounder. Keep in mind, we've got 3 anglers in the top 10 that going into yesterday morning, they were in the 30s.
Yeah, outside of the top 25.
Yes, outside of the top 25. So all eyes this morning on John Garrett when he does get to his school of fish yesterday. But anyone in the top 10 on the St. Johns River can certainly have a chance to win.
Of course, Corey Johnston won last year with 93.5 pounds.
I was 2 minutes from saying let's go to that spring. Literally.
Such an overwhelming lead, he really didn't need to fish on that final day. He won by such a huge, huge margin, and now we go past John Garrett, obviously on his way to where he's going.
Yep.
Not there yet, not set up, but
He can go full speed where he's out on the map right there, Davey, correct? He can go as fast as possible.
As long as he doesn't get too close to the shoreline.
Exactly.
Lake George is like 1,500 feet off the west shoreline. So
There is a bridge in there that's not marked that you got to stop. You know?
lots of rules, but they must be obeyed. Now over to Jay Shakur, our day 1 leader, who gave away much of his day to these canals and got the job done. Patch something together as he's had to do the last 2 days after his big day 1.
there we go.
There we go. That's a good way to start the day right there.
It's like he's obviously throwing a jerk bait in these canals again, around some of these fry garters.
Sticky trouble.
Surprised he didn't start in Salt Springs this morning, where he caught his 2 big ones the first day, just because he's in the top 10.
You know, he mentioned in his little pre-game interview this morning that I might go back to where I caught him, see if there's some big girls sitting up there. So I expect him to show up there at some point.
It's hard not to check it every day, Davey. An hour, and the right 5 fish could pull up in that.
Yeah, especially, you know, it's Championship Sunday, only 10 anglers. I mean, that's a gamble worth taking on a day like today. He's not going to fall very far, and that's where he, you know, had a big day 1 lead.
Yeah, an 8.4 on that day, along with a 6-pounder. Another 8.4 is going to go a long way today.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Not a 4-pounder, but a solid fish.
Little guy, but 6 cents braided swim jig, bongo on it. 2.5 pounder. We'll take him.
He called it day 2 weigh-in. He said, I figured something out in the last hour. Looking forward to tomorrow, which was day 3, and he backed it up. He caught over 21 pounds yesterday.
It's early, but now he's inside at just 10 pounds back of the lead.
Popped a few eyes off the old rod on that one.
look out for that guy. That's a lesson we've learned since 2019 here on this body of water, where he knocked out a top 5 finish, his very first Bassmaster Elite Series event. Back to Jay Shakur.
Man, Davey, you see it, you're down in the same region. There's 5 or 6 dead-end canals that have docks or whatever the case may be, seawalls. You pick the right one, you have 25 pounds. You pick the wrong one, you might not get a bite all day, depending on your rotation.
Yeah, it'll be curious. They were rotating in those canals, all of them catching fish. Shane, LeHew, Jake Whitaker, and
A little fat guy.
Shakur. We'll see if they replenish for him.
Nice little fatties.
So far, so good for Jay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right in the roof.
So
Apparently they're biting right away.
there was a cat watching you, and I was zoomed in on its face.
No.
And then the fish like
No way.
it's funny.
That's awesome. It's probably pushing 3. Yeah.
Quote of the morning, apparently they're biting right away. We like that, don't we?
We like that.
Saying that with a bass in your hand is a good sign.
That cat could certainly learn something about reflexes by watching Jay Shakur. He's pretty deft hand at the sport of bass fishing there, and putting something together again today. A technique we'll explore much more. We'll see that done by at least one other angler during the course of today. We got so much to look forward to on the St. Johns River Championship Sunday. The FXR Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. A little less than 7 hours fishing time remaining for these guys. That's a lot. That's a long day, and a lot can happen during the course of this championship Sunday. Bill Lowen, reset the scene for you. The 20-year veteran trying to pick up his second Bassmaster Elite Series win. John Garrett, who won down here as a rookie in Florida up at the Harris Chain of Lakes last year, put down a giant bag, one of the top 10 of all time here for the elites on the St. Johns River yesterday in order to get, well, within 6 pounds of our leader, Bill Lowen. So that's a great matchup at the top of our leaderboard. And of course, this is the land of the giants. We got big ones that could show up at any time and rocket someone up into contention to be part of the conversation for sure. In our top 10, a 2-time Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, 2004 and 2016, Gerald Swindle.
Down. We made it down toward Astor, and we're going to fish canals the rest of the day, fish them slow and easy. Just throwing a little Rapala jerkbait around the Maverick, flipping a little fluke stick, just looking for fish I'm looking for little fry balls out in the canals. And the whole key is just fishing really slow and making precision short cast over and over again, and just keep looking for new ones, and don't do nothing fancy. Just fish. Stay slow. Oh, here comes one right there. Oh, get it. He didn't. See if he goes back.
So we just got down here to our first spot, first canal we're going in. These canals are just, I mean, cookie cutter canal, there's really special about them. But yesterday they just kind of felt like they just started really kind of moving into them really good. They got warm yesterday evening and just kept getting bites and caught some nice fish. So we're just gonna make our rounds. I mean, for whatever reason this week, it's been like you go in a canal and you might get one or two, and then you might go in another one and catch 5 or 6. So we're going to have to hunt and search for that right canal that's got those fish that are really getting ready to eat. So right now it's just a waiting game, just moving around and seeing what we can pick off. So, and I do expect it to get a little bit better as we go, just due to that sun. Still a little chilly here in Florida, so the higher that sun gets, the warmer the water gets.
Jake Whitaker, the former college national champion, has a good record down here. He's got 2 top 20 finishes. In fact, one of them a top 5 finish. Here's Patrick Walters.
We got 0 fish in the box so far, but it's all right. Water's not really moving yet. Sun's just now coming out. The fog is just now breaking. It was it's a little foggy this morning. So just kind of taking our time, waiting on these fish to set up. There's a bunch of fish on all these spots. It's just when these suckers don't want to bite, they will not bite. So we're just going to fish around for a little bit and kind of, here they go, they're back to school. Just going to fish around for a little bit and see if we can catch us a few and go from there. Oh, one of those are good ones. Whew. God, they're so close. They just won't commit. Mainly just got to get them to get active. We just need bait. That's why you need current. Keeps the bait rolling in. And then we'll be able to catch us a few. Let's see if I can bring the thing down there slow.
Patrick Walters, another stellar record through his years since 2019 on the Bassmaster Elite Series here at the St. Johns River and pretty much everywhere else.
He's as good as there is at seeing fish on forward facing and getting them to bite. We can all see them, or most of these guys for sure can all see them on their electronics, but Patrick Walters does a good job of getting these fish to bite. I agree with him, and it's good to see that even Patrick Walters has a tough time getting these fish to bite when the current's not flowing. Whether you're up in those in a creek area or out on the main river, those fish relate more to the tide than a lot of people think. When you go to tidal waters that it fluctuates 4 to 6, even 7 feet or so, it's very apparent what's going on, and you watch the water. But when it only fluctuates some days a few inches, maybe another day 1 foot, it's a lot more difficult to realize, hey, that tide still means everything.
Let's get out to Shane LeHew, starting the day in 4th place with 53.5 pounds. And he's hooked up.
He's not.
My
he's
God,
like
this
a
might
big
be a
one.
giant. I can't tell.
It's wrapped up, or it's a real big one.
Get away from the pads. Oh, it's a big one.
He's due for a big one.
Yeah, he has caught the 3-pounders like a clockwork for the last 2 days.
His biggest this week is a 4 1/4.
He is taking it easy.
Get away from the pads, dude. Yeah, this is a good one. Like a lander. Gosh.
You can step on that bag.
He might be foul hooked.
Oh, that's a good start. Just random. Just random. That wasn't even a fry garter.
I just fired it across that point and she came out of nowhere and got it.
That's the first question you have is, I hope it's a big one, and if it's not, it's because it's got that second hook in the gill plate, and it's just opened its mouth all the way up, and it's just bringing water the whole way. That is a good one, though.
Yeah, it's his best fish so far, I think. We expected to see that yesterday, but good to see it happening for Shane LeHew this morning.
Definitely needed some size, and will need some size today. Hopefully get above that 3-pound average and get some big-time work done, moving up the leaderboard. Bill Lowen still on top. Shakur with 2 fish in the boat has cut into that. Corey Johnson's got a couple of fish in the boat now. Shane LeHew joins with a good-sized keeper right now. Plenty more to come. Don't go away. The fastest racing on earth is coming to Fox. The 2025 IndyCar season gets underway in St. Petersburg. The first stop on the road to the Indy 500 next Sunday at noon Eastern, live on Fox. Well, there's a shot. Let's see who that is. See if we can identify that angle. Well, there's John Garrett. We know that's John Garrett still en route to his, he's going upstream past Lake George to get started with his day. This is a little like IndyCar racing here because there's some equivalents of hairpin turns where you have to slow down. Now, John neglected to slow down in one of those slow speed or no wake areas and was penalized this morning. Had to spend 30 minutes at the dock, the equivalent of a penalty box, before he could get started today. So he spotted the field, 30 minutes. Let's see if he can make it up. We'll start to find out pretty soon, I'm guessing.
Certainly excited to see what happens when he gets there. He left those fish at a little bit after 10 yesterday, biting.
Yeah.
So could be big things happening when he gets to his starting location.
Let's get down to Brock Mosley.
Just kind of going by like every other day. Fishing some places that I know's got fish and hoping, to run into a few females. Every day I've been able to at least run into one big one. So that's been the key all week, running into that big bite. Tide's not going to be real great today. We need the sun to come out, shine all day. That will really help things, but just gonna put our head down and fish. Fish what's in front of us.
Brock Mosley in his 10th year as a Bassmaster Elite Series showed us a great catch yesterday out of some vegetation, heavy vegetation, and I'm sure we'll get a look at that later on. Right now, we'll look back at a few of the highlights from Bill Lowen and his week so far. Of course, he has been the most successful, averaging 20 pounds a day, which is strong in these conditions.
Definitely strong. Bill Lowen, I think day 2 when we came to him, he was doing this right here. He did not have a big fish in the boat. He had a limit for about 12 pounds, had this fish hung up for several minutes, and then the stick broke and the 4-pounder came in the boat. And wow, did things really get going from there. Bill Lowen, next bite was about a 5-pounder and then a 5.5-pounder a little after that.
Right there, one bite. Look at that. Swim jig down the throat.
The big key for him was he had been flipping day 1 and the morning of day 2, but day 3 he started getting those bites on a swim jig, keeping that bait up in the water column, not letting it go down to the bottom, and that has really been a big key to Bill Lowen's success. Since he caught that good one on day 2 that got him hung up, he has used a swim jig more than the flipping jig.
Big bite changes the day right there.
Low tide, a big key for Bill Lowen. That will not be until later in the day, so we might have to sweat a little while waiting on him to catch some of those fish like he did on the previous 3 days.
Yeah, that last one we saw was the one that where the tide finally got right, caught that big one, added a couple more, and just kept adding to that lead. best finish here was last year with a 36th place. Pretty much improved year over year as far as visits to the St. John's go.
And it's interesting, you'd think this would be a place that he would have consistent success at, but you have to think that Florida is totally different. Even if the techniques that he's good at work here, you come here oftentimes when fish are spawning. He's not necessarily the best sight fisherman, but he's a great shallow water flipper, same type of deal. And so for it to finally come to a head this week and him to be so consistent and so good, it's been a long time coming, but now we can see those slight differences, why that hasn't translated, but the style he's made work this week, this is right up Bill's alley.
Leave Bill, go back to Corey Johnston, one of our anglers who has multiple fish in the live well at this point. He's got 2 fish, around 6 pounds.
Eat it. Come on. Come on. Gotcha. Yeah, we need that on the
Well,
take it.
Third keeper, and they're all 3 nice. That's the biggest one so far. But the first one was a 4.5 pounder. That looks maybe even a little bigger than that.
yeah.
God, that other one was a giant. We just need this water to come up just a little bit more. God, that's fun. I mean, how can you beat that? God, you just see a giant wake coming.
During the course of Corey's win last year here at the St. John's River, he spent a little time in a situation like we just saw him catch that one there, but most of his time was spent in a notorious community hole, Davey.
Yeah, the same place that Shakur was the day 1 leader. The springs on the west side of Lake George, always a player when you're here in January, February, March. And Corey Johnson had some company there, but was able to catch those bigger fish on the bed. Kevin Summerall, the leader on day 1 in that same area, and it looked like they were going to, just beat one another up, just dividing those fish out too much. But Corey Johnson was able to catch a 6+ pounder multiple days, and that's what you have to do to win on the St. John's River. I'm surprised that there again that Shakur, day 1 leader in this same area, did not go back there this morning. It'll be interesting if we see Corey, Jay, one of those anglers go back there because,
or both.
On any day, a 7-pounder or an 8-pounder, even a 10-pounder can move up there and get on the bed and certainly be a game changer here this week. Corey Johnson, the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series winner on the St. John's River, and he is trending up on Championship Sunday in 25.
Is he ever? He has to fish today. He didn't really even need to fish back then. He had amassed such a lead over the first 3 days, but be interesting to follow him, and we'll be on him all day. Let's get back to Gerald Swindle. Down there below, or above, I should say, upstream of Lake George.
See a jerkbait about the middle of the water column, just a little lower, 25 feet away. And he paused it in that, group of fry. You see paused his jerkbait there, then all of a sudden it came out with a fish on it.
Come down here to do work and shoot bubble gum. Hell, I left the bubble gum in the truck. I'm just gonna do work all day.
Get that other real quick, like, move on. That's a 2-pounder. Let's give him 2. He's pretty. He's got really nice eyelashes. Enjoy your stay, son, at the Comfort Inn Suites there at the Phoenix Live Well.
Well, a technique that we saw Jay Shakur doing some of yesterday among his several different approaches he took to put it together.
Yeah, I know.
It's something totally new, and it looks like about 4 of the top 10 anglers are using their electronics to locate these fry garters and catch them in these canals.
Oh, that's a nice one. There we go. Got it that time. Double clutched it right in the kisser. You didn't even fight for us. You just came right in. Why are they so fat? Isn't that crazy?
Gives him the lead. He started the day 9 pounds, 5 ounces back of Bill Lowen. He's put 10 up on Bass Track.
Well, it's still in the first couple of hours. You see those sorts of changes at the top of the leaderboard happen. But yeah, that's notable. Jay Shakur, Bill Lowen not having caught a keeper yet. That's what the difference makes there. So we will see what we will see as we progress on through the morning hours here at the St. Johns River.
John Garrett here. We're here on the St. Johns River, first stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series season. And man, we had a really good day today. Caught 31.5 pounds. And I caught him on one of my all-time favorite baits. It's a Strike King 5XD. Actually won an Elite Series tournament in this state on that exact bait. This bait holds a special place in my heart. I've caught a lot of big fish on it. And man, it played big for me today.
Johns River right there. You are seeing history.
Pro Shop's top lures, and that was the lure of the day yesterday, without a doubt. The first 30-pound bag of this tournament, laid down by John Garrett, and you heard him say it. That's what he used last year to win a tournament. A little to the west and north. Well, not so much north of here, but the west of here, the Harris chain.
In the history of the Bassmaster Elite Series, Tommy, that was been at the St. Johns River, we've had 10 bags 30 pounds or bigger. 9 of them have happened on day 3 or day 4 of the tournament. They show up. Last year, Brad Watley 31.4 on day 3. This year, John Garrett 31.6 on day 3. Corey Johnston's not on his way to a 30-pound bag, but he would love that because he's had a good start so far this morning. But big bags show up on the weekend for some reason at the St. John's.
And that's notable because it's more often than not the other way around. The bigger bags come early on
other lakes. Yes,
yes, on other lakes, yeah.
It is very interesting. And normally we see the biggest bass of the week show up day 1 or day 2. Normally you would expect, if you see a giant bag, it's going to have the biggest bass of the week. Not the case here.
Oh.
Oh no, that was a giant. I mean, I couldn't even move it when I set the hook. Oh no.
Broke his line.
Giant.
See the line tighten up there. Real big one. Broke his line.
Oof.
Not the way you want to start. And this is not where he caught him yesterday. So I was going to just stop and put a giant in the boat before you go to where you caught the 31 pounds yesterday.
Update, we just been fishing for 5 minutes and those big ones are there. I just broke off a really big one. I couldn't even move it. But the good thing is that those big fish are still there. A lot less current and water flow today. I think getting them to bite is going to be a big task. But we get 5 of these in the boat, we're going to have a really good chance of this. But I'm glad I made it down here. I don't know how many's there. I'm trying to get close to them right now, but I had 10 of them or 10 or so follow my bait first cast, so they're up there. I got the one bite I was looking for. I'm trying to get a bite or 2 on a single hook bait just to make sure I get them in the boat. And but we're going to throw a couple single hook baits around for a minute and then start throwing a crankbait in there. But hopeful, you know, good sign they're there. I'd really like to get that first one in a boat because it was really big. So, but they're there. We just got to get 5 of them in the boat now. It's all up to me being able to trick a few of them.
So the way he described the spot, I thought this was a different area, but it's not. This is very
I listened. I would have thinking of something a little more offshore and deeper.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, but I guess that's it. Well, we're learning as we go this morning. Did not have a camera with John yesterday, but we will be with him all day long, and the promise of some explosive action there in that boat.
You got your half of your top 10 within half a mile of each other, and all fishing different, all day fishing different parts of the area.
Shane LeHew.
So I'm targeting these fry garters. They're hard to see. Like this one here is right up against those pads. It's that just a little bright ball, and that's the bass that just came out right there. So basically what I'm doing, I'm just slow trolling these little canals and just targeting these fry garters. I mean, it's been the most consistent way for me to get bites. We got a random bonus fish this morning, just threw by a pad clump on a point and caught a 4-pounder, but you can, I'm just, like I said, I'm slow trolling. I'm having to take my time, and I'm really having to work the fish. They're sitting really tight to something, like that one's in between 2 poles, and then a lot of them are just hard to catch. Some of them I'm having to sit there and work on them for 20-30 minutes before I can actually get them to commit. And it's been a little different every day. Like usually first thing in the morning though is the best. There's one. So he came out of that little patch of fry under that dock. He's not very big. But he bit quickly, so. That one under that dock's big. The bigger ones are smarter, for sure. Seems like the deeper ones I can find, the easier they are to catch. And most of the time, all I can get them to bite is a jerkbait. I mean, I've thrown drop shot, wacky worm, traditional fry garter stuff, and they've just been hard to catch. But I've never been in this one. I've started somewhere new every single day. And this one I've seen 4 balls of fry and probably 100 yards, so that's a good sign. With fish on them. It's almost like everywhere I'm, so you can see if they can see on my screen right now, that's a ball of fry right on the edge of that dock. That little pole right there. I don't see a fish in it. Yeah, I don't see a fish in that one, but that's what I'm looking at right there, is that fuzzy clutter. It almost looks like shad. And that's actually fry. And these males are just, you know, guarding them just like they do up on the bank when you can see them with your eyes.
While Shane LeHew looks for some bait balls in these canals so you can catch them on a jerk bait, I wanted to talk about something we've heard Corey Johnston mention, heard Brock Mosley, Bill Lowen, other anglers talking about the water getting right. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, going into our deep dive app, and we have the whole St. Johns River, 110 miles worth of river in play. And I wanted to feature in on the tide function of this app. Tides are a big deal. If you're on a lake that doesn't change, a reservoir, something that's landlocked, that's not or it's landlocked. It's not going to be affected by the coast and by the ocean tides. Those lakes are completely different. Disregard. But if you are on a body of water connected to the ocean, tides are a big deal. And when we look at the St. Johns River, when we go into the tides at 7:10 this morning local time, right around that takeoff time period for the Bassmaster Elite Series, high tide is in red here. High tide is when that water is as high as it's going to be. Blue on this map will be low tide, as low as it is. A lot of times anglers like low tide in certain situations. Sometimes anglers want water moving, whether it's going up or down, and sometimes anglers, if they're fishing certain types of structures, maybe lily pads, they want it as high as possible. It makes it a lot easier to fish those areas. At 7:10, it was way north. Palatka's down here. It was way above Doctors Lake, almost to Jacksonville was where high tide is. Now let me go down the map just a little bit and start to pan this time. We get around 8 o'clock. It's still up there around Doctors Lake, not just south of Jacksonville. We get around 8:45, it's starting to head south a little bit more. We get around 10 o'clock and it's just north of where Bill Lowen's at. So in about an hour or so, that high tide is going to be just north of where Bill's at, and that should be a time period where maybe he gets to the sweet spots of his area. Then we look a little bit farther and it'll be in Palatka and on Bill Lowen's main creek at about 11 a.m. So still some more time for high tide. When we think about guys like Corey Johnston, who mentioned the high tide just south of there of Palatka, it's going to be around that 12, 12:30, 12:45 time. And this is where the tide kind of starts to fizzle out. It doesn't really affect Lake George too much, and these anglers way down south of there. So Corey Johnston, some of these anglers that are in that Dunn's Creek region, the guys like Mosley and Bill Lowen, they're going to experience high tide in just an hour or so. Some anglers just south of there in about 2 hours or so. And then that water is going to be moving and starting to fall. But it will be at low tide after weigh-in's done and this tournament is over. So they're heading it on the way up to high tide. They'll be at high tide and they'll be able to fish it for about an hour or two, Davy, before it gets, before it starts to head to weigh-in and it's a little bit falling out. So the Deep Dive app is great for tides, and also in this readout, guys, it factors in wind. Today, wind's not a factor, but day 1 and 2, the tides impacted by wind will definitely be shown on this app. So check it out, especially if you have a tidal place.
All right, Ronnie. Thank you very much. The old saying, time and tide changes everything. That's true today, and there's a limited amount of time, and you just got to wait out the tide in some cases. That's certainly been true for our tournament leader to start the day, Bill Lowen, throughout this tournament. So we got a better idea now of when it's going to happen. We'll be right back to the St. Johns River. In the morning of Championship Sunday here at the FXR ProFish Bassmaster Elite's first stop of the year for the Elite Series here on the St. Johns River for the 10th time in the 20 years of the Elites. We have started down here in Florida, at least the first 2 or 3 events, and Bill Lowen is our leader in Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year points. Those points are tallied for each day at the end of the weigh-in, so that would be the standings at the end of the weigh-in yesterday. So Bill Lowen has amassed the most points. The meter is running, though. That's the thing to note. It's always running since the first of the year, and your points go up and down. Your fortunes go up and down along with your points. The man who figured it out and won 2 times in his career, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, way back in 2004 and then again in 2016, is Alabama's Gerald Swindle. He's in our top 10 today. This is going to be his best finish ever at the St. Johns River.
I might go over and pull that mat out by hand, come back and catch him in a minute. That's exactly what we're going to do. I'm going to remove the enemy from the scene. Because when I get it over that mat, that's where he wants it. But the tide's coming in, so every time I pull that mat out here, it pushes it back over there. So, what I'll do is they what we call a little farming. Because I think he's a 3 or 4 pounder. He looks pretty good. And you can see how many times he's hitting at it. He just can't get enough run and go to get it. Sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. Ain't the first time I've had to farm a little bush out of the way to get a little fish back. All right, let's go on some more.
A little mat massage, a little manipulation going there. Like Gerald says, you got to do what you got to do.
I'm surprised we're not seeing more, like, in this style of fishing. It's not the deepest of deep. There is some lily pads, some other mats around, some vegetation and things like that. Slightly weighted or even a weightless jerkbait, you know, whether it's a fluke or a D-shad or whatever you want to do, whatever your favorite fluke style bait is. The treble hooks are more security for sure, but.
No, I think the big thing is that most of these guys have been letting their bait, especially Shane LeHew, letting that bait sit motionless for 5, 10
extended
seconds.
Periods, yeah. Without it sinking too far.
Mark that bubble gum. We're gonna get tired. Picking them off like a Chris Kyle sniper, son. Just one at a time. That's a 2-pounder.
They're letting the jerkbait sit right in the ball of fry. Be curious to see if that works with Gerald doing, because if that is a fry guarding fish, him moving that cover, the fry would probably move away from there. So if the fish is on the bed, they would stay on the bed, even though you move the cover off the top of them. Here we go.
It's 3 keepers for Swindle. John Garrett's still looking for his first one. Had a big one. He claimed it. Broke him off.
Obviously, he switched up to the crankbait now.
Got her. Yes. That's what I'm talking about, baby. That's how you start the morning. Yes. Oh, that feels so good.
Leave it to a Tennessee River guy to find water that he can fish like the Tennessee River, Davy.
Right, at Kentucky Lake sort of
Absolutely.
Well-founder.
I don't know if he's fishing our open in 2 weeks at Kentucky Lake. I have to check with him.
Yeah,
we had talked about it a month ago.
Well,
otherwise, he'll be here at the desk with us breaking down Kentucky Lake in a couple weeks.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's his neighborhood up there.
Maybe we'll have him bring his Elite Series trophies. Maybe one, maybe it could be 2. I don't know after today.
We have 4 anglers within 2 pounds of the lead now.
Real. Decent one. God, it's nice when they eat that thing. Keep them coming.
Good, solid fish. Corey Johnson's catching.
Yeah,
No 12 inchers.
No, he started out with a 4-pounder. That's an eye opener.
He started in 7th, 14 pounds, 1 ounce back of the lead. He's now 14 ounces of the lead. Of course, It's a new leader, Shakur. He's ahead of Bill Lowen by 11 ounces. Lowen still without a fish. I think we're going to flip the script of the Chesapeake Bay 2015, where Lowen overtook Aaron Martins, and Aaron Martins waited and waited for his tide to get right and caught that 7-pounder and won. I think we're going to flip the script there. I think a couple guys are going to pass Lowen today, and Lowen's going to get his tide right and come charging back. That's my call.
All right, we'll be the judge of that because we'll see it all unfold during the course of our coverage today.
It's a possible script.
I got to see that first script he mentioned in person. And for me to be seeing Bill Lowen's greatest moment and then to look at Bass Track and for him to feel like something's happening because his flotilla's leaving it's hard. That's hard. And
You were on Bill Lowen at the time?
I was with James Overstreet, and it was just like, this is going to happen for him today. And then all of a sudden at midday, a couple boats start murmuring, and you hear it's quiet enough that you kind of hear some rumblings, and you know it's not going away.
Yeah, Martins was waiting, kept saying that at that marina. Tide's got to get right, then bam, 7-pounder.
He ain't that big, but hey. I just bring my gum, so I just got to stay busy, you know. We give him a pound, but he's 3. You got to get to 5. The quicker I get to 5, the slower I fish. The slower I fish, the bigger the weight. The longer you go without 5, the hurry up you get. That's not good. And when I tell you this is slow, this is like math in the 8th grade. Slow. But right there on that dock is a ghetto biggin, and I've lost him every day. And today is today. No more Mr. Nice Guy. No today.
He always invents some great. The longer you go without a 5, the hurrier up you get. That's a great way to put it. Yep.
That's why those long runs scare you, Tommy, when you go 2 hours one way and you lose half your day to driving behind the steering wheel. Those 4 hours, you got to catch more than 1 fish per hour, you know, and get out of there.
And probably they feel like 45 minutes, those whole 4 hours.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's not pulling. I can't see how he's hooked. Not super great. I thought he was gonna be a little bigger than that, but
right. Probably at least a 2.9.
Yeah, it could be pushing 3. 2 3/4 probably. Yeah. Almost 3. Just under.
Gives him about 13 pounds for the day, and he is now leading by 3.5 pounds.
Wow. A huge mistake to take this guy out of your consideration for winning this tournament. Had the lead on day number 1, had the bottom fall out of that technique, that approach, and has been able to put it together each day well enough to stay in the top 5 throughout this tournament. That's some good work right there by Jay Shakur. Got the lead ahead of Bill Lowen. Corey Johnson moving up big time, and John Garrett showing more than a little promise today. Into our 3rd hour of fishing here, Championship Sunday at the FXR ProFish Bassmaster Elite. The St. Johns River, we see some of those low clouds hanging in there. Bit of fog hanging around to start this day, but not enough to prevent the takeoff. Thankful for that. Our TH Marine Weather Watch, a high of 73 degrees. It's been, the temperature bottomed out on day number 2. It's been rising about 10 degrees a day ever since then, and this is right on track with that. Sunny expected today and near to 0 wind. So that's another thing that these anglers have to deal with.
Really surprised we didn't have a fog delay. At least
we get gun shy about that here. Ooh.
Those first 2 days, they had enough breeze for sure. These last 2 days slicked so much, slicked off so much.
Yeah, we were lucky to get away this morning.
Yeah,
absolutely. Bill Lowen, still looking for a keeper in his place that has been so productive for 3 days running now.
Now, if we were at Chickamauga, Davey, with how narrow that takeoff, we'd be here. We'd still be there right now.
Yeah.
We've done that before.
I don't think he's gonna make it. I think he's gonna be a little short.
A little short, I agree with you there, Bill.
I think he's gonna be a little short.
Maybe not.
We're gonna check him.
Gotta be 12 inches.
Short.
Haven't seen him measure all week. It's over.
Oh, yeah.
He's a giant.
Hey, that is much better than having 0 and no hole.
For sure. Giant. He might swim out the hole. Holy moly.
You notice he put him in the live well. You can laugh and smile, but he'll go right in the live well.
Go in there.
Yep. I would do the same.
You bet.
Brian, I think it was Wesley Gore had 5 of those. He had a limit of 5 for 2.5 pounds.
Nice.
He upgraded.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah.
We laugh about that, but that could be the winning fish.
Oh, could be absolutely. Could be half of that fish that makes the win happen.
Yeah, he might catch 2 big ones and 2 2-pounders and win by 6 ounces, and that's the winning fish. You never know.
Lowen and Mosley up in that neck of the woods. Downstream for Palatka. Let's go back upstream past Lake George. Get to our tournament leader, Jay Shakur.
Jay, it seems like today after being with you the last 2 days, the morning bite's been a little bit more successful today. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, so I opted to start where I've been going later, and it has worked to my plan this morning. Rolled into where I ended the day yesterday. Caught, a nice little 2 3/4 pound fish, and hold up. Came off. It was a small guy, but anyways, I caught a 2 3/4 to end the day there yesterday, and started in there today and caught I think I caught 3 in there, and then I just caught one in here about 3 pounds a little bit earlier, and then I just lost that little one there. It was like a 1 3/4 guy, but yeah, apparently in the morning is better. I don't know. Not really sure why. You'd think the afternoon would be better, but I seem to have more success this morning. Can't really give you the answer on that one. Normally you would assume Florida, when it warms up in the spring, the afternoons would be better, but the morning was better. So my plan here is to get a nice limit, somewhere 15 to 18 pounds, and then go look for a big one, preferably on the bed, because that's just where I think your best shot at a really big fish is at right now. So that's the game plan for the rest of the morning. Morning.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
All right, y'all having any luck?
We are having a little luck this morning.
Good.
it sounds like you, Ronnie.
Was
Would
that
you throw
me
in your
there?
voice there to
I
the
mean, I was
doc?
trying. Hey Jay, how are you doing?
Good to see you.
Felt like me.
All right, we got the campfire going.
We may see a little bit of that on live this coming week at Okachobee. There are some controlled burns and some really prominent fishing areas we may see in the see in the background for sure.
Always a possibility when you go down there.
At least we hope they're controlled burns. They start out as controlled burns, but I hope they stay controlled.
Burning off
burns.
those sugarcane fields every year this time of the year.
Florida signs, do not drive in smoke.
Jay Shakur with a 3-pound advantage over Bill Lowen now. And that is factoring in Bill's 8-ouncer that he caught a couple of minutes ago. Corey Johnson sitting right behind those two.
I don't know if you'd call that 8-ouncer a game changer, Davey, but it definitely changed his game now that he's got some weight in the boat.
It's a game changer if it changes your game.
You catch 4 4-pounders and you have 16 and a half pounds, with an 8-ouncer in there, you know what I'm saying? And that might be all you need.
Feel okay. I mean, I have the winning fish right there. So I mean, there's not a single other place I would rather be. So that's the only good thing. I just have to get some of those back here in this skeeter. But there's not as many fish here. There is zero current rolling like there was yesterday. Like I knew yesterday was just a special day. Ooh. Still trying to learn how to throw a Carolina rig, but I don't feel bad. I mean, I have a 5-pound deficit, so I mean that's a lot to make up. I could do it right there, but really just happy with how the week's already turned out. But I'm on the winning spot. I truly am on the winning spot. There's not many times that you could say that. This spot is, I mean, like last year at the Harris Chain, I knew I had a winning spot found. And I truly believe there's like 40 pounds of bass sitting right there in front of me. But man, these fish in general in this river are some of the hardest fish I've ever seen to catch. And the bigger they are, the smarter they are. And these fish are really hard to get to bite. So we're going to sit here all day, and we might leave once to let them sit and then come back, maybe let them sit for an hour. Yeah, we're not a few swings of the bat away from having a chance to win this tournament. So.
Earlier today, he was so anxious to know whether or not those big ones were still there. And he got some positive feedback, but a negative outcome on that.
Speaking of swings of the bat, his first swing was on a real big one, and he broke off. Still got a lot of time, and the current is a big thing for him where he's at. It is for almost all these anglers, but especially what John Garrett's doing there on that wall, the current coming through there. He said it was really ripping through there yesterday. I don't want to jinx him, but it hurts to hook and lose a fish and that fish stayed there in the school. I've not had good experience when you do that. But he's got a lot of time for those fish to settle back down.
They tattle on you a lot.
Yeah.
Gerald Swindle hooked up here. Got 3 in the boat.
God, you should have got that bubble gum out of the truck. We're gonna be exhausted. Chris Garland. I done lost him to cut several times this week. Let's give him 3.5. And that's 4. That is 4 for us, baby. We're on the board. Hey, we're just making a little old TV. You know, for the winners, take pressure off him a little bit. We'll entertain people at home. We don't mind.
Appreciate it. That's the man always up for that task, and yeah. A little
20 years ago.
Yeah, a little good cheer in the boat right there for sure. Nice keeper will make you do that. Jay Shakur, though, the man on top still, got the 3-pound lead over Bill Lowen, who started the day with a 5-pound lead over the rest of the field. Going slow right now for Bill Lowen. Of course, he tide-wise, his best opportunities are yet to come during the course of this day. We'll keep an eye on it all and be right back.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Lake Master mapping on the Humminbird is just probably the all-time #1 way to learn where to catch fish and where to find fish. Got her. If we didn't have these map chips in these units, we wouldn't know if there was a sandbar I'm about to hit or a deep river channel, standing timber, spawning pockets. I mean, you wouldn't know anything about what's underneath the surface because you look across, it's all water, but underneath the water is not the same at all. Yes, that's what I'm talking about, baby. That's how you start the morning. Oh, that feels so good. It's something that you really need to learn. It's something I've spent a lot of time map studying, even from the very first maps that were made to now. Something I've spent a lot of time doing is staring at mapping.
John Garrett on some of the important tools he uses to get the job done. Certainly got the job done yesterday. The biggest single-day catch of this tournament, to be sure, at over 30 pounds, the only 30-plus bag we have. And he sits right now with one fish in the boat, 4-pounder.
Talk about all
There's
the
one.
advancements that have changed the game. Lake Master mapping is certainly one of them.
Did it drop it? No, he dropped it. He had it too. Does it still have it? Yep. Oh my gosh, dude. Giant one. I mean giant. Oh my gosh, it's a giant. Oh, God almighty. Please, Lord. Yes! That's what I'm talking about, baby. Let's go. Hey, look here. I caught a blind eye one at Harris Chain last year. Is that a sign? Big Strike King Ocho. Oh, and a big one. Yes, sir. Let's go.
That kid's good, Tommy.
Oh, yeah.
We've been saying it for years. That kid's good. And the adversity he faced in the opens.
I feel like Iconelli right now. I think I can run my head through that graph, man.
Good job.
Yes, sir. Oh.
He was 4 pounds, 12 ounces back. That ought to about take care of it.
5.5 pounder right there.
Yeah.
He's in the lead.
What did he put it in as?
5.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, the adversity he faced through his opens career to get here has made him just, I mean, these first 2 years couldn't have gone better for John.
I ain't got one big enough.
Yeah, it took him a long time and a lot of close.
I don't know.
Close near misses to get to the Elite Series.
2 years? 3 years?
Yeah, more.
No,
than
it was like 5 or 6.
Was it really?
Because he made the Classic from the College Series in 2017.
I remember. Yeah.
That's where he fished Conroe in 2017.
Time flies. So yeah, it's been 5. It was 5 years.
Yeah.
Culling error that cost him an open win. He was 2 men out from qualifying 3 or 4 times, and then he did.
Bites, and we're there.
Yeah.
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 Battle tested. It's almost like when he's registering for the opens each year, he'd text me and be
Kinda
like,
shaking,
"Don't
man.
give up. Like, just come on."
I really thought it was like a 10 when I set the hook. I bet the hook set's gonna be sick. Because it was just straight meat.
And you knew you had it. So.
Yeah. I was like, did she get it? No, she didn't. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, she got it.
Or fishing that Carolina rig with that leader. Sometimes you think they dropped it and they're just
all
swimming.
Day. 3 more bites.
To you. You get that slack line.
All day.
Hate to say what if, but that one he broke off.
Oh my God.
What if it was in the live well?
Oof. It'd be an onslaught. Be a
Three
tsunami
fives.
happening.
That's probably what it would be. 3 fives.
Got just under 10 now. Go to Gerald Swindle.
I boo-booed him, but I didn't. I can taste that gum from here, but I just sit in the truck door. Blame it on Lulu. Fish weighs 2 pounds, 3 ounces. 2, 3, and that's 5.
Yeah. I mean, wound back on it.
You're on it, so if I get my sights on you, you done. You done. You like the stuttering girl at the junior high dance. If you give me the side eye, we're gonna dance before it's over. You can say no all you want to. We're gonna dance.
I mean, it could be 6.5. I don't know how big it is.
First limit of the day, Gerald Swindle.
Got him, didn't I? I farmed that grass out of there, went back and got his butt. More should be 1 or 2 more back here, then we're gonna get some more canals. We just need 2 9-pounders and a 7 and then a 6 to call, and we'll be all right. I mean, we little line them a little bit on bass track, but hey, you know, we're not Bass Patrick Walters, but we do got 1 1-pounder in there we need to get rid of. But that one's gonna be really close to 4, and 2 of them is gonna be a lot closer to 3 than they are to 2. So we're gonna be all right.
That was pretty awesome moving that stuff out of the way like that.
Oh, Davey.
Oh, that is the music of the day. Power pole replay of the day music. We hear on Championship Sunday morning. Yes, sir. I'll vote for him. John Garrett, power pole replay of the day. Unfortunately, broke off the first big one, but he didn't break this one off. Set the hook on the old ball and chain. Carolina rig. Nothing like a good strong hook set with a Carolina rig. Power pole replay of the day. The man that caught over 31 pounds yesterday in this exact spot.
I'm talking about, baby. Let's go.
John Garrett,
hey,
power pole replay of the day. Hopefully more good things to come from him. Said there's 40 pounds sitting right there.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm all in on seeing some more of those. And we might continue to give John Garrett power pole replay of the day if he catches 40 pounds.
John Garrett on top of it right now. Great day yesterday.
36th place going into yesterday?
Yeah.
38th, I believe.
Oops. Look at that lead over Jay Shakur. Jay actually has the best weight so far at almost 13 pounds, but John Garrett, man, riding high off that great day number 3 here. Now taking over the lead, Bill Lowen. Slow start for him today. His timing has not fallen into line like he needs it to, but he's just going to wait that out. Corey Johnston rounding out our top 4. The FXR Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. well into our third hour of fishing today. I'll be out there for approximately 8 hours. These 10 who have worked their way through the ranks started with the full field on day one, and now we're down to those 10 today, and one of them will hold that trophy, that important first trophy of the year. They're all important, that is for sure. And as expected, we are seeing a big movement up and down the leaderboard. John Garrett now. Huge day yesterday. Still got that momentum and still got his fish located, it seems. So that's trouble for the rest of this field here. That is for sure. Let's take it out to Shane LeHew. Shane been hanging in there about 5th or 6th place throughout the past 3 days.
Yeah, he's been Mr. Consistent.
He has been super consistent.
Finally hooked one. I don't think he's very big. I mean, after you throw to 74, you might as well catch one, you know?
You gotta get 5 first, right?
It's actually not bad. I think he's fat. He's not very big.
Not exactly a dink, though.
No.
Number 3, either way.
Number 3. Not a dink, but not really what we're after. Pound and a halfer. We got a 1 pounder, a 4 pounder, and a pound and a halfer.
Third keeper for Shane LeHew, the man from North Carolina. Get back to our tournament leader, John Garrett. Located a pile of big ones yesterday, and they seem to be still there.
Right. So we've been fishing for, I don't know, let's say hour and a half, hour and a half, and we got 2 in the boat. Broke a really good one off, so we've had 3 bites, and trying to get 3 more. So what we're fishing here, they're down there right now. Oh, I just had one mess with me. So what we got here is a pretty new, unique spot. Have a couple of S curves in the river. It's pretty steep through here. It curves this way and it curves, and there's just deep water hitting right against this wall. And I guess just over time, that water has washed enough shell and, you know, mussels and whatnot to create a shelf off this seawall. And really looking at it, it's not supposed to be there, but it is. It's just a little 30-yard stretch of shelf. That's what I call it. It just kind of comes out 10 foot deep and drops off, and it's all shell on top of it. And right up there is kind of the highest spot of it, and it's high there, rolls off on the backside and rolls off on this side. So just kind of a little high spot with the edge on it. And when the current does move pretty good, it hits this spot perfect. So I don't know if these fish are, you know, pre-spawn. I don't know if they spawned in December, but they're really not close to a spawning area or have spawning on their mind. So I can't tell you what they are, but there are a lot of big fish right there. Yesterday there was probably 50 or so, and I'm thinking we're down to 25 or so today, but I only need 3 more of them.
not being as nice as they were for me yesterday. I fished this place for, at the very most, an hour and a half yesterday. So I've already fished it as long as I did yesterday, and I had already caught 5 or 6 by this time. So just go stay hunkered down and keep trying to trick them. But I don't really feel like I have any pressure on me or anything. I know I'm content with where I'm fishing, and just go fish right there. And if I get 3 of them to bite, I'll be in good shape. And if not, I know that I did what it took to have a chance to win this tournament.
Let's take a look at the most recent big one that came from that special spot right there.
Yeah, John Garrett caught the 31 pounds here yesterday, like he just mentioned, about an hour and a half. Today they're not biting quite as quickly, but it's real important to note there's no current there right now. It should be a little later in the day. I think that was a big part. John certainly thinks that's a big part of why he was able to catch those fish so quickly yesterday. The current had them set up a little better and more in a feeding mode.
Yes! That's what I'm talking about, baby. Let's go. Hey, look here. I caught a blind eye one at Harris Chain last year. Is that a sign? Big Strike King Ocho. Oh, and a big one. Yes, sir.
A lot of anglers tried shell bars. This is a little different version of one, but that is exactly what he's fishing.
Yeah, with few exceptions, the anglers who have inhabited the top 10 have had a 6, a 7, a big 5 or 2 as part of their makeup in their live wells. And now we're looking at a map of the 6-pounders plus over the last 2 days since we made the 50 cut at the end of day number 2, and that's where they have come from.
John Cox with our 8-13, leading our Phoenix Boats Big Bass. Chris Johnson at 8-12. We thought Bernie
what happened to that
yesterday, 9-5. It ended up being an 8-5.
Wow.
He didn't even take the day because Mr. John Garrett had an 8-6.
You can see those 6+ pounders spread out pretty evenly.
Yeah.
Through about 70 miles.
About every 10 miles, there's a 6-pounder, it looks like. Back over to Jay Shakur.
Less than a pound out of the lead.
Solid fish there for Jay.
Flop. It just takes the perfect angle, you know what? And I pinned him right in the corner of the mouth. Not coming off.
5.
That's 5. God, they're just so stocky.
15-14 on the day. He's over 70 pounds and back in the lead.
Jay Shakur, John Garrett takes the lead. Jay Shakur punching back with a good one right there. You start to see different scenarios in your mind about what might happen during the course of this day. It could wind up a heavyweight championship, knockdown, drag out to the very end of it. We'll know more with each passing hour, and the hours are passing. This is a final day, championship day at this first stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series, and the battle is most definitely on. We'll step away for a moment and be right back. Today on Fox, the NASCAR Cup Series heads to Atlanta, where the best drivers in the world take on the high banks in an all-out battle for the checkered flag. Pre-race coverage begins at 2 p.m. Eastern, with the green flag at 3 only on Fox.
Well, we had that group of speedsters just leave the St. Johns River region, the Daytona 500 last week. Now they're headed to Atlanta. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen Knowledge to talk about some of our anglers who have found consistency over the years at the St. Johns River. This is a very tough body of water at times for these anglers. Florida in general, if you're not accustomed to the Bassmaster Elite Series, Florida is a place, whether you're at Lake Okachobee like we will be next week, maybe you're at the Harris Chain to the west of where we are, or the St. Johns River. It is a tricky place to go, especially when cold fronts are involved like we've had this week. So consistency for a career is very difficult. But thinking about some guys that are, in our top 10 today that could have been on your Rapala Bassmaster fantasy fishing team that have had really great track records. Now we know John Cox, this is his home body of water. He lives in DeBerry, Florida, just south of our boundary here at the St. Johns River. We expect him to do well. The Bentons, the Cooks of the world, they have great track records as well. But for anglers not from the state of Florida that have great track records, you think of the Corey Johnstons, past winners, things like that. But guys who haven't won here yet, but are always doing well. I'll say stellar at the St. Johns River for Patrick Walters. Counting this year where he started the day in 8th place, he's only had one blemish in 82nd last year, probably about the time where we started to trust him and he was a sure thing and you put him on your team, and then he falls short last year, but he's back to the groove that we expect him to. 2 4th place finishes, a 7th and a 10th, and then we don't know where he'll finish today, but started the day in 8th place. We now know with this track record and this many days on the water here, that 82nd, much more of an anomaly than before. Then we think about someone who's just as solid, maybe not as many high finishes, but definitely not somebody who's going to bomb for you. Jake Whitaker, he's in the top 10, like we said, 9th. It could be higher, it could be 10th today, but 14th, 33rd, 50th, 5th in 2020, where he almost won that. I think he was short of a limit on that one of those days and could have won that tournament. So only one real blemish on his record. So when you think about Rapala fantasy fishing, you had Bucket A, Patrick Walters. Do you pick him? Yes, you do pick him at the St. Johns River. And Bucket E, not a great season for Jake last season, but St. Johns River, it's a place he shows up every single time we come here. So those were two guys. I didn't pick Walters. I did pick Whitaker. I felt really good about my Brandon Card pick, too, guys. And the only guy who missed the cut for me this week is Mr. Consistent, Brandon Lester, who was in the cut but fell out and finished like 62nd. So I was a little more shocked with that than anything. But that's not really a bomb, right, Davey. 62nd here is manageable.
Let's get out to Jake Whitaker.
We are still in hunt mode. The sun is really just now starting to warm things up, so I'm still very optimistic about what we're doing, what's going to happen. But just a little bit of, just had some company that was unexpected in our first couple canals, and it is what it is. I'm not really that worried about it because he's got every right to be there too. But we're just still in search mode. We're still hunting. We're fine. We got plenty of time and plenty of places to flip fish, so it can happen quick. I didn't get started really well yesterday till midday, so we're in good shape. We're fine, and I really do think it's still going to happen. So we're just going to keep plugging away. Whatever happens, happens.
Jake Whitaker, former college national champion from UNC Charlotte. Been out here eighth year now for Jake.
You got 2 UNC Charlotte anglers fishing in our top 10 today. Shane LeHew.
Oh, that's right.
And then just imagine that. Like, I'm going to join a bass club, there's a guy named Jake and a guy named Shane, and then they're like, oh, these guys are good. Oh, no, these guys are, like, really good. Now they made the Elite Series.
Jake's also our 2018 Rookie of the Year.
That's right. Good catch there. I'd forgotten about that. Well, there's our top 4 as they lay out. Jay Shakur, man, hanging in there. Had that lead the first day and just doesn't want to get very far away from it, and he hasn't through the course of this tournament.
Jake mentioned running into someone this morning in one of those canals. Just a matter of time until you saw that 4 of the top 10 are fishing the same canals, and of the 104-man field, there was probably 30 fishing those canals.
Yeah.
I was looking at the map yesterday, David, and I think I mentioned to you early in the day, 6 are guys in the top 10. Their boats light up different colors. 6 of them were above, north of Palatka. Now it's changed. There's 5 guys down near the Astor region.
I'll say, I didn't mention it earlier, but when John Garrett said, man, these fish right here on this spot, without a lot of current, they're really tough to catch. Well, with the background being as blatant as it is, and the region being close, they're going to be really hard to catch every year now going forward. Some people are going to check this place for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, that I would say hard to catch might be an understatement. Non-existent.
Well, we're going to say well pressured. Yes.
Yeah. There'd be a snow cone stand set up there on that slab right next to it.
The bar won't be there in 2 years. It'll be worn away.
Yeah.
We'll see how much line is on those on the netting behind him, the fence.
I wonder if that gentleman behind John Garrett was a fan watching Bassmaster live and said, hey, I know where that is, and drove down there, or if he's a contractor working on that piece of property.
He could be the prospector on that spot there.
Didn't seem to be a whole lot else going on right there at that spot, a chain link fence and the slab.
I mean, he could have just been out on Sunday morning checking the slab.
He could be. Who hasn't done that?
Yeah, that concrete, it ain't going nowhere.
Oh, I was hoping Jay, once he got his limit, would go to the springs and start looking for those big fish on the bed. But wants to catch one or two more, I guess, doing this.
He said he was going to go look for bigs.
Yeah, we're in the dead back of a canal right now. It's gotten pretty shallow. There ain't much back here, but there was actually a fish utilizing the complete middle of the canal. It was sitting right in the middle over like 4 feet of water, and it was actually laying on the surface. That was kind of cool. I haven't really seen that yet. I think no, it was guarding its fry on the surface. It was kind of a weird spot for them to be. Usually they're, around some kind of hard structure or something. But that was pretty cool to see. I mean, he was probably that far underneath the water. But now I have to decide what I want to do here. I think I'm going to go into one more set of canals, look around, and then I think I'm going to go look for a big fish. The sun's out, it's calm. I'm feeling good about my chances this afternoon catching a big girl. I don't think I can get much more than I already have in here. I mean, I already have like 16 pounds. If I were to catch, say I catch another 3-pounder, it's not going to help me, or it'll help me by like maybe an ounce. So my goal is to go in one more canal, maybe catch like a 3.5, upgrade like a 1/2 pound, and then I'm not going to spend too much longer here, and I'm going to go try and find a big bite. That's my plan. So we're going to idle out of here and go to the next one.
Like it's planned. Like a good plan.
That's kind of what we're kind of thinking ahead to. What's going to happen when he's going to need a big fish if John Garrett continues on the path he's on. But hey, I don't put anything out of the reach of Jay Shakur. He was a star from the first year he came out here, knocked out Rookie of the Year. And not only that, he wins on the St. Lawrence River. Big catch fest up there, and knocks out 100 pounds plus in smallmouth. Was the first guy to ever make 100 pounds with smallmouth. He was.
It's such a fun tournament to watch. He basically caught those fish in one area. A lot of bait there, unusual for the area that he was in off Lake Ontario, but was able to catch just a different class of fish. He had caught a 6-pounder, I remember, one of those days. I mean, a lot of 4 to 5-pound smallmouth for Jay Shakur.
He was our youngest Elite Series winner at that. 23 years old and some odd days, 26 days.
He held it for a year.
Yeah, he sure did. Jay Shakur, man on top right now. Less than 3 pounds advantage ahead of John Garrett. Bill Lowen still waiting for his big ones to become catchable. That could be part of the story later on. Corey Johnston made himself a part of the story early on today. He did a lot of catching up. We'll be right back to the St. John's.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
I grew up where they're fishing stuff.
So regardless of how tough it is or how bad your day is going, I tend to never get frustrated or aggravated or lose confidence in what I'm doing. I put my heart and soul into it. I lost a good friend that is the reason I'm here. Yeah! Woo-hoo! Look at the size of that one! My buddy's parents, my family. I think I want it more for everybody else than I do for myself. I guess that's just kind of the way I am. I'm the guy that always listens to my gut.
Bill Lowen, the first 3 days of this tournament belonged to him. Great 20-pound average put him in the lead to start the day by 5 pounds plus. He has fallen. He is not. His fish have not started biting yet, so don't expect Bill to drop out of the scene. He said he can roar back at any moment, probably maybe an hour or two down the line today. That's the way we're sort of mapping it out here. Let's take a look at how Bill Lowen got here to this today. It's a great effort here all day on our Yamaha Midday Report.
Yeah, Tommy, you mentioned that the way we're mapping it out, I think it's the way Bill Lowen's mapping it out. The lower water in this creek that he has spent his entire tournament in, made a little different move this morning, but he's caught all his fish that he's weighed in the same place. It all got started on day 2 with this. Very frustrating. He had a good fish out by the boat and it got hung in some brush under the boat. But when that happens, you know it's going to be your day, and it was his day. Right after that, he started using his 5/16 ounce Bill Lowen swim jig with a Zoom Super Speed Crawl, swimming this jig, and he caught a 5 and a 5.5 and quickly got to 24 pounds 4 ounces. Bill Lowen, day 2, made that move. And then yesterday, got started with some 2-pounders, but it was late in the day yesterday before he caught this good one. Actually caught 2 that got him to 18 pounds 1 ounce, but it was later in the day. Today the tide's approximately an hour later, so unfortunately Bill Lowen's opportunity to have the chance to win this tournament might come in the last hour of his fishing day.
I'm going to be watching the clock for sure when his time comes today, and that's going to make for a lot of excitement. John Garrett, of course, going to offer him some huge competition today. He laid down the biggest limit of the tournament of all the anglers yesterday at over 30 pounds. Located a big pile of fish. Wondered if they were still going to be there when he went back today. Apparently they are there, Davey.
They are there, but the current's not moving like it was, so it's been slower for him. But you look at the size there. That was his first fish. About 30 minutes later, he catches his second fish, this one on a Carolina rig. John Garrett said there's not as many there, but there's about 25. All he needs is 5, especially this size. Literally, if he gets 5 bites and can put them in the boat, he'll certainly have a good chance to win this event. One of 3 anglers in our top 10 today that was in the 30s going into yesterday, but John Garrett found that magical spot like we've seen on St. Johns River many times.
Shakur was our day number 1 leader. Caught a big limit, pretty much bed fishing in one of the springs here, and did not have that sustain into day 2 at all. Had to bail, had to patch together different ways of catching a limit and keep himself part of the conversation, and he has done that successfully. But he may have a ceiling to how as far as big ones go, Davey, and he's probably going to have to do something else.
Absolutely, but you know, we got a lot of fishing left to go, and I think for John Garrett and Bill Lowen, maybe their better opportunities are later in the day. But you've got to say congrats to Shakur. Day 1 leader, had a big lead. Day 2, he didn't have a fish in his boat at like 3.5 hours into the day. He bailed on what was so good to him on day 1, having that 24 pounds, and he primarily did this. He did a few other things, but caught most of his weight day 2 and yesterday in these canal fishing for these fry garters. We've seen 3 or 4 other our top 10 anglers doing the same thing. Shakur has really done a good job staying in contention in this tournament. If he goes back to those springs, maybe we'll see another 7-pounder. So I think he'll have to have a big one, probably doing something like that to really have a chance to win.
And it just may be when they time their bad day. This could be Bill Lowen's worst day. It seems like in these cold front St. John's events, you have one bad day. That was Shakur's day 2. Jay has to have a phenomenal day because Bill has had 3 great days.
It's not going like we want it to. Had 2 little areas that I've been saving that I hadn't been to all week, and I ran to them first thing this morning, and they were really cold. They were like 54 degrees. So after looking at both of those, I decided to come back into my primary area. Once again, waiting on that tide to get right. That's been the whole deal for me. It's been a grind, typically till that tide starts. And that's kind of what we're waiting on. Literally have one bass in the boat that might weigh 12 ounces. I don't even know if it weighs that much. Had a couple nip my swim jig. Just like I said, we're waiting on that magical tide window, and it's not going to happen until around 1 o'clock today. So just trying to get some bites before that happens. And yeah, it's not being easy right now, but I wasn't expecting it to be easy. So we're just going to put my head down and just keep grinding like we always do and see what happens. It's either going to happen or it ain't.
Well, very realistic expression of what he thinks is going to play out today. Bill Lowen, early yesterday, he was having trouble even getting his early limit in the boat, and he says, I've got that little voice telling me to go somewhere else. I might. And Davey, you said he's not going anywhere else. He is not, and he didn't.
And he didn't. I'm surprised he started someone else this morning, to be honest with you, but maybe he just had that feeling he needed to go do that. But I think that goes back to what he just said. Either it's going to happen or it ain't. That sounds very simple. But part of that is just what you're saying. Having this other place on his mind, maybe he was torn today. It's going to happen in this creek or it's not.
Yeah.
I think with the way our schedule sets up with 4 rivers, we have St. John's starting the year off. We obviously go to Okachobee. That's not a river, but it's Florida fishing. You'll have the Pasquotank River, Sabine, and Mississippi River. This could be a great bounce-back season for Bill Lowen, and we call him Dollar Bill because he was always making the cut. John Garrett looked like
he's hooked up, but I'm not sure what he's hooked up with.
I don't know. What's that? Is that a catfish?
Maybe it's one of the big stripes Clifford Perch had.
A rock or something.
Oh, it's good old.
Oh, it's a big rope or something.
Keep scooting her back. Now, I'm thinking about maybe just fishing the area here and not right here for a little bit, give them some time to set back up. I feel like I can pull back in and catch one. Oh my gosh. Now I'm getting hung up. I don't have a whole lot of good crankbaits in the boat.
Well, you can tell after that 31 pounds yesterday, he's got the safety off. When that crankbait hits something,
Lord,
he says, hook.
He is. Yeah, he's going to cross its eyes, whatever it is.
This is like the first time I've ever not had a lure knocker in the boat.
That's got to be the first thing you put in the boat, Davey. Your lucky rock and then your lure knocker.
You must get hung more than John, is all I can say.
No, I mean,
you put a lure knocker in there and he does it.
That's the one thing that doesn't need to be organized and re-put in a new box or touched up with paint, Just throw the old, what is that, the old hound dog looking.
Yeah, the old hound dog.
And then I got to throw my marker buoys out there, I got to put.
Without a plug knocker, I don't like his chances getting this bait back because he really leaned in on it. Hopefully he does.
You don't want to lose the crankbait you won the tournament on last year, Davey.
That's why he's regretting not having a plug knocker.
Be interesting to know how many of those crankbaits he's got in his boat there. He should have plenty. He won on them last year. Should be a big supply. We'll be back to John Garrett and the rest of our 9 anglers who make up the top 10. Championship Sunday here on the St. Johns River, and doggone it, we're excited about what is going on around here, and so are these canine friends. There's plenty of them here in these great little fishing villages along the canals here in these old river towns. This is a different side of Florida. It's a lot of fun to watch. Beautiful place and some, make you want to bark. A lot.
Protecting the areas. These are my fish.
Keep these bass anglers off my dock. Get out there. Fido, get the job done. Get that cat out of here. Wait a minute.
What's a cat doing in a dog commercial?
That's a good-looking dog. Some good doggone it. Yeah. We love that stuff. That pair, we saw them yesterday. Still on the job. They are all watching what's transpiring. Yes, there you go. Let's keep the puns going here. Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year watch, and Evan Kung, our highest finishing rookie here, did not make the final day, but had the best tournament of all of them. He qualified through the EQ system last year. Tucker Smith, one of the high qualifiers there. Right behind Evan Kung, Emil Wagner, Paul Marks, Bo Browning, Blake Capps, Easton Fothergill, who won the Open's Angler of the Year title.
Wasn't that your pick? Wasn't he your pick? You're changing up?
No. My pick was Andrew Loberg, one more notch down. Absolutely crazy to see those two guys.
Your rookie game is not strong, right?
Hey, they let me down. It's okay. Bounce back time.
Okay.
My predictions are only as good, Tommy, as they perform. It's not my fault.
That goes without saying.
They gave me false hope in the first event.
Brock Mosley. Let's get an update.
Just fishing new water. Seeing tide here's high and not moving. But water's pretty, water's warm. Just on search mode, no pressure today, just fishing.
So far we are struggling. I've gone in this canal here that I haven't been in, and honestly I've seen more in here than I have anywhere else. And they are hard to catch. I don't know if it's got to be the sun. We had clouds the first couple days, and they may just be getting towards the tail end of doing this, the ones that are up here. Because it is something that's definitely changed. I mean, I'm seeing one like every 100 feet. It's pretty crazy how many I'm actually finding in here. Like I said, I haven't not been in here, but I can't get them to react hardly to anything. The jerkbait's been the only thing for the first 3 days that I could actually get them to react to. And I've had a couple follow it and get somewhat active, but nothing like it was the first couple days. It's just amazing how many I'm seeing that I can't get to bite. And I don't know that anybody's been fishing in here either. The other ones I've been fishing, people have been going in and out pretty regular.
Well, the morning's been it's been an okay morning. We got 2 real good ones. Lost a big one, but the tide right now is just getting right for what I want to do. It was super low this morning, and I wasn't able to fish this area properly, so I left there and went to another area. Was able to get a few good bites, and we're just getting back to this area where I did most of my damage yesterday. So we're going to recover some water, and hopefully we get a crack at 2 or 3 more big fish. I think we should. We'll see.
See the different patterns. Corey Johnson wanting the high water.
High water.
Bill Lowen
get those
wanting low
pads
water.
up. Yeah, wants the pads to be up full so he can fish it effectively. Yeah, Bill Lowen's that's his story all week. I can't do anything till it starts pulling out.
Yeah, I mentioned Corey wanting high water, Bill wanting low water, and John Garrett wanting just moving water. It doesn't matter if it's high or low, he wants the current.
And he threatened that he might move for a little bit just to let him rest some. So we'll see if that comes to pass. It might be a good move.
Where Brock's at, much farther north than he was this morning, with him saying it's high and it's not moving, that means it's still coming into Bill's area moving, but in about an hour or so, it'll be stagnant as well at high. And so that's something to watch, especially if Bill's not wanting it high.
Yeah, Bill said as much. He said it's going to be 1 o'clock before I'm able to really operate here.
On day 2 at about 10:30 when Lowen caught that 6-pounder, his first 6-pounder, and then it wasn't until about 12:30 that he caught those 2 other 5-pounders, 5.13 and another one near 5.
That was day 2, right, Such?
That was day 2.
So day 4, we were 2 hours off of that, which literally puts him in his last hour of fishing. Should be his best.
Thank goodness his creek isn't far from Palatka, because that's, you know, that's the other kicker.
What would you say? He'd probably have 30 more minutes of fishing time than the crew down there at Astor area. Above Lake George.
45.
45 more. Okay.
So it depends on how far back he goes into Deep Creek, but like, yeah, I mean, look, when I was looking at the deep dive app, like, I think it's like 450.
15
when
minutes
it's dead
to get
low.
to the lake, another 10 across.
So it still won't
25,
be super low when it's when he's leaving.
Be 11, half hour to get into there. 11:30, 11:45. Yeah, we'd have to go like now. Yeah.
Jay calculating the times that it's going to take him to. I assume he's contemplating going to Salt Springs. It's a long no wake or minimum wake. It's not no wake. 2 different things, but it'll take him. He was calculating, he's about to leave. If he's going to go do it, it'll take him, he'll have 15 minutes of just idling time.
Oh, you'd think for the side fisherman, for the bed fisherman, this would be the best day
Perfect
yet.
day. And wait until the afternoon is certainly, I love his strategy. I'm not just saying that because he's leading, but he went and got his 15 pounds. Now, go look for that. And he has to know he's probably not likely to win with 15 pounds.
Yeah.
But he's one big fish away from having a good chance of winning. And the way he has caught his big fish this week, that were both on day 1, sight fishing in the Springs area.
I caught that big one a while ago and broke that one off on that. I call them big ochos. I think they're the 6-inch, but they're real thick. They're thicker than most. And I broke that rig off, so we're gonna retie that. When I ease back up there, that's probably what I'm gonna throw in there. But
like you mentioned,
chances
Tommy,
of me catching 3 more right there, looking pretty slim. But we'll try our best.
It's moved off of them for a little bit to retie.
You see it back in the background there. Yeah.
I think it's gonna be bad tough. Yesterday when I was fishing it, they just stayed there because the water moving. And today they were dispersing as I was fishing it. So we moved down a little ways just to see if they slid down that edge. But Strike King Rage Crawl. It's like the only jig trailer I think made. But I like to bite that top. What do I do with that? That very top rib off of it. If I throw a jig, like football jig or anything off the bank, I have rage craw on it almost every single time. Such good trailers. But yeah, I'm sad I broke the same exact 5XD off that I won the Harris chain on. I mean, the same exact lure. So some sad memories just went away with that.
Four 3-pounders. Shakur has taken over the lead with 15 pounds, 14 ounces on the day. John Garrett's second with 2 fish, 9.5 pounds. He's 2.5 back. Bill Lowen, 1 fish for about 8 ounces. He's 6 pounds back.
Jay knocked out almost 25 pounds on day number 1, and he's made some good moves today. He's not found the big fish, but he's done what he needs to do, David.
Yeah, I agree. Mercury moving today, and you look, his total today, I hate to say this, but only 15-14. I don't personally think he can win with 15-14, but he's got a solid limit in the boat. Now he's 1 bite away from, I think, giving himself a great chance to win. Get rid of that 2-pounder, that 213. But those 3-pounders in the live well right now sets him up, honestly, to look for one big female on the bed in one of those springs on the west side of George. And he certainly could win this tournament.
Well, he said, now's the time for me to make that move, so we assume he is, if not going right now, getting set to take off and try one more time the spot that paid off so handsomely for him on day number 1. So, Jay Shakur, we've got our eyes on John Garrett and Bill Lowen. Definitely the 3 at the top.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live. We're here in the Bass Pro Shop's bait and tackle section, Davey, and you were an Elite Series Pro for a long, long time, and you didn't always tell us when we called you the truthful baits, but you're here to decipher what we're seeing on Bassmaster Live, to see how other anglers are using multiple baits in their own way and seeing some adjustments as well. What are you noticing today?
Yeah, this is really cool, and when you say the exact baits, we've seen a lot of jerk baits. This is the exact bait that Gerald Swindle's throwing, but Jay Shakur, Shane LeHew, there's several guys that are using jerk baits this morning. In fact, we've probably seen more fish caught on this jerk baits than we have on anything else. Here's the big thing going on with the jerk baits here this week. They're really targeting these fry garters, and those are usually males that are hanging around the small fry that have already hatched out, and they use a jerk bait. The big key is a suspending jerk bait this week, because those fish, Shane LeHew told me, a lot of them 6, 7, 8 feet deep, and you've got to have this bait comes in a shallow diver and a deep diver. But the big thing is they're letting this bait suspend in or closely around that fry, so those fish are actually protecting those fry to come up and nip at it. Super shark hooks like these red lines, very important. So that's just it. Finding those bait balls, finding the ones that still have the males guarding them, and then getting this jerk bait close to them.
And the fry, for people who may not know, it's different than just the bait fish that these bass eat. The fry in this case is the hatch from the spawn and that they're protecting. So you got a dad and a bunch of his kids, and you see, what is that thing hanging around my kids? And that's what they're trying to imitate, or at least look like a predator. But now we're seeing John Garrett. We saw him with a crankbait, a worm as well, fishing offshore. We just saw him retie now, making an adjustment to a jig and a big trailer.
So we talked about jigs yesterday, and Bill Lowen has used 2 types of jigs. He's been using a swim jig and then a flipping jig. So John Garrett, we just saw him tying on a football jig. 3 different jigs. Mainly the big difference is the head shape and size. What John Garrett's tying on is to throw over shell, rock, that sort of thing, that football head. We've seen it be very useful offshore through the years, whether you're on the Tennessee River or down in Florida. So the football jig is certainly something that John Garrett's going to tie on. Jigs traditionally are known to just be big fish baits, whether they're imitating a crawfish or a bluegill, whatever have you. Here's the Strike King Rage Crawl that John Garrett said he always puts on the back of his jigs. We talked about the trailer some yesterday. This particular trailer, the Rage trailer, kicks and moves a lot of water. So with that football head, the shape of the head will actually kind of hang on rock or shell, whatever, and when it pops off, then these legs really move a lot of water, make a lot of vibration. That's usually when you get your strikes.
Absolutely, Davey Hyde breaking it down here at the Bass Pro Shops bait and tackle section, not only with what our leader's doing, but possibly what John Garrett's going to adjust to become our leader very soon.
Thank you, guys. Gosh, you'd almost think y'all were trying to teach us how to catch more fish. Outrageous like that. Very, very, very nice. Let's get back out to Jay Shakur.
Tommy, I'm real good at telling the truth on how to catch bass when I watch these guys catch it with, it's easy, easy to tell that.
Yeah, that's the truth becomes apparent. We saw Jay hook up there during that interlude there at the Bass Pro Shops bait and tackle outpost there. Let's take another look at what happened.
Not huge, but a dang good one. Just barely had him right there. Oops. There we go. I'll get rid of that. Yeah. Get rid of number 4. There we go. Get rid of number 4. That's more like it.
3-pounder there.
Tommy, it might be happenstance. These guys are all good, but these guys who win at the St. Johns River also win at the St. Lawrence River. So Jay's already checked off one of those. Corey checked off both last year. So I don't know. Maybe it's just going that way for him.
Yeah, the Saints are marching in.
Yeah.
And setting up shop here for sure.
Walters is knocking on the door of the St. Johns every year too. I mean, it's just,
Something about it. Just something about it. Back to Bill Lowen. Bill having a slow go of it this morning and into the afternoon, and hey, he's got a lot of experience on this place and he knows how tough it can be.
There's what I consider a lot of dead water on this river. A lot of places where maybe there's not any fish that live or not a lot of fish that live. So to find those key areas on the St. Johns River is always a big challenge. Typically when you can find them, you can catch them up really good, but man, if you're in a place where there's not a concentration of fish, it's like fishing in the Dead Sea.
Bill Lowen on the. He's the guy for tough conditions. That's his brand. if it could be said to have a brand, well, hold on. We got a fish number 2 here.
Got a peanut. Big one. Yeah, I'm afraid to put him in there with that other one.
Doubled his weight.
He might eat it.
Davey gives you, a half pounder and a pound aren't big fish, but knowing he could flip up another 6 or 7, it can just carry you, get you a little bit closer to the promised land.
He's going to have to lean on that lead a little bit today, it looks like.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Every bite is good news when it's going as slow as that, and Bill Lowen, that's going to perk him up just a little bit. But he's waiting for bigger things on the way. So are we. We think it's going to really come down to it in the final hours today. Championship Sunday at the FXR Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River. sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. Setting ourselves up for a grand finale here at this first stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. It's always challenging in so many ways, but also rewarding in giant ways anytime we come to the St. Johns River, and that could be what we're looking at today. Jay Shakur had the lead after the first day's fishing with almost 25 pounds. What got him there on that first day went away after day number one, and he has had to improvise to use a lot of the tricks that he has in his back pocket in order to keep the pace, and that is exactly what he has done. He holds the lead over John Garrett right now and Bill Lowen, who started with a 5-pound plus lead. But both those anglers, and of course Jay Shakur, looking to jump some big ones in the final afternoon session today. Let's get out to Jake Whitaker, 9th place here out of our top 10 who are fishing on this Sunday.
Shakur's last fish, a 312, give him another pound, so he's up to over 71 pounds.
What the fuck is going on, dude? I don't know what's going on. There's another one. Hey, we're on the board. Not a big one, but now why can't every one of them be hooked like that? Almighty. Sweet.
Trying day. It's been a trying day so far.
Only fish number one.
What a difference a small keeper makes. I mean, things are sweet now.
Absolutely, yeah. Just like stark difference between the two.
I thought he was jumping in on the segment that you guys do on the TNZ podcast, Tommy. What's the deal? What is going on?
Hey, sort of. Well, you don't want to be this far into the day without a fish in the live well. I think Whitaker's got one right now. I'll lift him out of the number 10 spot because Patrick Walters is listed as having no fish either. We got another one hooked up.
It's exactly what Bill Lowen said in our last segment, Tommy, about how this river has dead water or dead times. You could be in the best stretch of the river, the best 500-yard stretch to win the tournament, when they're not pulling, when the water's not flowing or the tide's wrong, and it feels like the dead zone. You could get on a stretch like that, catch 2, 3, 4, 5 keepers real quick, and all of a sudden you're like, I hit them at the perfect time.
That weight's laying on the bottom, and then that fish goes swimming. So you get a lot of slack a lot of times. So you want to start reeling, and you want this weight to slowly transfer back to this swivel right here. So you don't want any slack here. So you want to take up all that slack when one bites and get that weight to here. That way you're only dealing with that much line to set the hook with. So a stiff rod's pretty important for that. Get me a hook out. We're gonna go with a 4/0 owner J hook, just a wide gap hook, just the one I've always used. Find out about how much leader I want.
Doesn't seem to be in a hurry, Davey. He's taking his sweet time like he's got 5, but he's really just staying calm and making sure everything's right.
Get my big ochos out.
Well, he said part of the deal here is he's letting them rest a while, so he's just sort of passing time, I guess.
Yep, he is, and it's very important.
Texas rig this.
It's just hard being the farthest away from takeoff as well. There's a time factor. There's a current flow factor.
Pretty beefy, thick bait. When I run my hook through here, a lot of people, most of the time I bury my point out, but I'm just gonna leave my point just sticking out because I want a lot of hook penetration with that beefy bait. And these are pretty large fish, and I just want to make sure I bury that hook as good as I can. It might be a little long. We'll try to throw it though. All right.
When you can't get your deep cranking fish to bite, Davey, why is this a good remedy, the use of the Carolina rig?
So that's a power finesse, I guess you could say,
Okay.
the original power finesse, because you got the heavy weight to get down in that deeper water, but then that leader gives that, in this case, an ocho, I think it is, no weight on it, and when that bait moves along, it's very subtle going down to the bottom of that longer leader. So good.
Does cause some commotion dragging it through too, depending on the bottom contour.
It does.
So we got John Garrett, who took the lead for a while there, and of course had the giant day yesterday, expecting him to maybe make some more progress with that big pile of fish he found. That's one of the most important elements in the story here as we go through Championship Sunday. Bill Lowen led for the past 2 days, started with the lead today, still waiting on the tide to be ripe for his catching some bigger fish, which he's going to have to do during the course of the day. You said he can't win on 5 2-pounders. He's got to catch a big one.
Don't think so, Bill. Lowen needs the water to drop. John Garrett needs just some current, either direction, in or out, and I think we'll see their catches.
All right, it's a waiting game, and it could be very, very fast and furious at the end of the day. Oh, what a fine wrap-up to this tournament here to start the season for the Bassmaster Elite Series 2012. There's one more look at our unofficial standings with Jay Shakur, our day 1 leader, on top. He has scrambled effectively through the last 2.5 days. Let's see if he can make that game plan work and possibly hoist the trophy at the end of it all. A lot of different scenarios that we have possibly working here. Our coverage is going to continue 11 a.m. Eastern Time on Bassmaster.com. This is going to wrap it up for us on FS1 today. And the next time we will see you here is next week, starting on Thursday at Lake Okachobee. And we'll see you on that Saturday of that week here on FS1.
Welcome in to the Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. I'm Dave Mercer, joined by Kyle Jesse as always. And what a day we have here. Finally, that Florida sunshine has graced us. I mean, that's what people come to Florida for, but if you watch the footage the last few days, everybody has been bundled up like we are in somewhere far north of Florida. But yes, we are kicking off our season for the 10th time. The Bassmaster Elite Series kicks things off on the St. Johns River in beautiful Putnam County in Palatka, Florida, and always giant crowds. An incredible weigh-in we had yesterday. Of course, the star of the weigh-in, John Garrett, with over 31 pounds of bass. And the question is, who will be the star today? Bill Lowen left the dock with the lead this morning, but you see Jay Shakur unofficially has it right now, and John Garrett also ominous right behind him. 2 fish, but averaging 5 pounds apiece.
It's been kind of a weird morning, Dave. I feel like we knew coming into it that Bill Lowen's morning was probably going to be slow. Yesterday he had five fish limit for just about 9 pounds, and he felt happy with that. So, I mean, that tells you how slow his mornings have gone. John Garrett, obviously, he comes in yesterday with the 7th biggest bag of all time here at the St. Johns River. And, you know, he was so excited to go back out there today because he had them found and really felt like there was way more fish there to be caught. Seems like it's a little tougher for him. The quality's there. Obviously, 2 really nice ones and just 2 so far. And then Jay Shakur, it's obviously been super versatile this entire week and showing again this, early on this morning.
Well, let's get some footage from out on the water, and we'll start things off with the guy who's led this event since day number 2. He left today with the man with the plan, saying, catch me if you can. How did he get there? We're going to have a look at some footage from the first few days of competition. And things very, very good for him. Fishing exactly how you would expect to see Bill Lowen fishing. Grew up fishing the Ohio River, and he said, if you think this is a grind, just come with me for a day in the Ohio River. It trains you for tournaments like this. The tougher, the better for him.
Absolutely. Bill Lowen is one of the best of all time of being able to manage an area, milk it for all it's worth, and that's what we've seen him do this week. Every time Bill Lowen's in contention, it seems like a jig is a main factor. Mixing in 2 jigs, a swim jig, and then a flipping jig when he's picking apart pieces of cover a little bit slower. And the one thing that gives Bill Lowen a lot of hope, even at this point in the day, I imagine, is that it happens fast. Yesterday we saw it, that tide starts to fall, he gets a lot of bites, and it shows. He'll catch them quick, and the nicer ones show up almost immediately.
Big bites were a major player for him, and those big bites happening in the afternoon, so we're not quite there. Things could get better, but this is how things are looking so far today. He's got 2 fish, and as you can see, whenever you got to pull the measuring stick out in Florida, not ideal. He has 2 fish for 1 pound 8 ounces in his boat right now, and there's a chance that those are overestimated, to be honest, Kyle Jesse.
When we saw that first fish get caught, we were certain it wasn't a keeper, and then he puts it on the board, and sure enough, barely a 12-incher. So he's going to have to do some upgrading if he wants to get his second blue trophy.
He's an Elite Series sophomore, but he may be the Grim Reaper here today. John Garrett, a very, very scary cat. 31 pounds, joins the top 10 in all-time weights here from the St. Johns River, but that's not enough. Today started with 2 fish, a 4-pounder and a 5.5-pounder.
Absolutely. It seemed like the first 2 days of this tournament, we didn't have that big bag, somebody moving from way down to higher up in the leaderboard. The drama, every time we come to the St. Johns River, somebody makes that big move, really pushes for the win. Yesterday, John Garrett moving all the way from 38th place into 2nd place with a massive 31-pound stringer. Today, it's been a little slower for him. Obviously, the quality is absolutely there. If he can just get a few more bites, this is going to get super, super interesting down the stretch.
Well, when things get grim, a wise man once said, play the Grim Reaper, and that is exactly what John Garrett has done so far. But unofficially, our leader, Jay Shakur, as always, silently creeping around that leaderboard, started his Elite Series career here, had a big day, day number 1, 24 pounds, but has kind of just milked those fry garters up to this point. Looks like he's going to make a move now and try to take a risk, but he's definitely put himself in contention to have a big finish. He's now swinging for the win.
I feel like what Jay Shakur has done this week is so impressive. Early on in the tournament, starts down in Salt Springs, leads day 1. Looks like here we go again with Salt Springs and the giant fish that come from there. Day 2, incredibly tough on him, but he was able to salvage his day. I think he had around 12 pounds and was able to hang around, be in the top 10, still have a decent chance. And then yesterday, we see him switch gears all together to this fry garter situation, which, leading him into the tournament was something that I don't think we really had on our radar entirely, but he's been able to do it to perfection the last couple days, and obviously off to a great start with 16 pounds, 13 ounces right now on Bass Track. What's scary, though, is he keeps mentioning he might go back down to Salt Springs, warm weather, sunshine. It could get really interesting this afternoon.
I hate to disagree with you, but you did say what he's done this week is pretty impressive. What he's done every time I've ever seen him is impressive. I mean, he's only 24 years old, but makes me feel like an absolute loser because he is that put together. He is from a fishing lineage. I mean, his dad, a very accomplished walleye pro, and I think you see that in him. I mean, he's perfectly bred for this, just very calm, very cool, very collected, and that is what it takes to do very well in this sport. one of the things that can hurt you in this sport is infractions. And we're going to talk about some of those right now. We're going to talk about a part of the sport that really hasn't been publicized a lot over the years, and it's the penalty box. I mean, people think of penalty box. Obviously, they think of fishing or think of hockey and that sort of thing. But in fishing, it is a big thing, and it's been a big thing for a while. And the first person, we had 3 anglers go in the penalty box here this week. The first angler that had penalty box time, and for those of you who don't know what that is, it's 30 minutes that you're delayed in the morning. So they leave the dock, but they turn right around. They tie right up against the dock, and the first angler was LeHew, a 30-minute penalty box for a no-wake infraction on day number 1. That obviously did not affect him much because he's obviously inside our top 10. Not the only one, and probably the one that will get the most publicity from it. A guy who you thought, you know, I'm squeaky clean, I'm not ever going to do that again. Trey McKinney. Trey McKinney with a 30-minute penalty box for a no-wake infraction on day number 1. And that's probably the most painful of them to see it go down, just because simply he had a lot of those kind of things happen last year. Told me he spent the whole offseason reading and being ready to not have this happen, and on day 1 of the tournament it happens, Kyle.
Yeah, certainly an unfortunate deal. You know, after last year here at the St. Johns River having that happen, you think that'd be something to learn from. But the way I understand it, and you could maybe explain this a little better, is that these wake zones are kind of tricky to navigate. I mean, it's not as simple and cut and dry as going under a bridge and seeing a no wake sign. I mean, it's a little more confusing than you may think, but definitely an unfortunate deal for Trey McKinney.
Don't think about it like your home lake. There is so many different manatee zones. When they pull out the map in the pre-tournament meeting and show all these different zones, I mean, they ask the local officials, and sometimes they're confused with the areas. It is a maze. Like, it's one of the most under-talked about things that happens on the Elite Series is just maneuvering, navigating these bodies of water that are so different. And it does happen. I mean, it happens in every sport where somebody steps out of the line and they get an infraction for it. And we had several of those happen here this week. But that's not all. Although you may have the best weight of the tournament, although you may be the scariest cat on Championship Sunday, you may also be delayed, because we had a third one, and that happened yesterday, and it happened to John Garrett. I mean, you would think everything went perfect for you when you have 31 pounds plus, but he was on the dock this morning after takeoff, had to turn around and spend 30 minutes kind of just thinking about what you've done.
That makes it even more painful, is when you know what's waiting for you when you get there. Certainly don't know if it happened on the way there or on the way back, but I'm just going to assume it was probably to get that giant bag of fish back to weigh in. But certainly not an ideal situation, having to sit there on Championship Sunday in the penalty box while all the competitors are heading to their starting locations, and you have to wait. And that is got to be the most painful 30 minutes of his day today, barring a big loss. Let's put it that way.
Well, as you see, we got some footage of John just in timeout right now, basically. I mean, every kid's experienced timeout, and that's what he's experiencing. That was footage of him this morning. And a lot of you might be wondering, watching Garrett live, obviously out of the penalty box now, but a lot of you might be wondering, when did this start? Chris Bowes talked to me about it last night. Bass started the penalty box after the much-publicized Gerald Swindle DQ at the Bassmaster Classic for running a speed zone. And it was thought at that time that they had no choice. There was no other option for Gerald other than be DQ'd from the Classic, a very tough pill to swallow. So they said for infractions like that, they can give a penalty box. They have done that since then, and it's not always bad luck. I mean, if you look at Casey Ashley's Bassmaster Classic victory, on day 1 of that Bassmaster Classic, he was in the penalty box. So although it is a delay, although it is a penalty, I mean, it's 30 minutes taken away from your time, and we've seen how important the right 30 minutes can be, especially first thing in the morning on some bodies of water. It is definitely something you can overcome. I'm sure all of our three, what we call them? Three, well, they're not convicts, but they just, I mean, violators, the 3 violators will overcome it here this week. And John Garrett has definitely done that up to this point. So just follow Casey Ashley's lead, and go win the tournament after it.
Yeah, that 30 minutes this morning won't seem like a very big deal if he finishes out his limit with 3 more giants like he's got so far. But like you said, it's one of those things, it's a big misconception that it's something we just pull out of our back pocket and just make it up. It's not the case. It's been around for several years, several years, decades, you could even say. You don't see it all that often, but it certainly does happen, especially on a place like the St. Johns River.
And I'll be straight up and honest, we didn't always report on it. I mean, it just kind of happened, and it was just like, oh, what's happening over there? Nothing to see here, folks. Move along. It's kind of cool that we're reporting on it now, and this has been going on for a long time. But those are our 3 violators this week. But remember, 2 of them are inside the top 10. We got 10 anglers battling it out. Let's hope we have no more violations here today.
Surely not, right?
Surely not.
We're so close to the finish line.
No way. We'll be right back from the Bassmaster Halftime Show, presented by Bass Cat Boats. Bassmaster Halftime Show back in your life, presented by Bass Cat Boats. Want to welcome you all into a sunny championship Sunday here on the St. Johns River. I'm joined by Kyle Jesse as always, and Kyle, it feels good to be in Florida today.
Certainly does. The first day that we've had that you can reasonably wear shorts and not be frigid, and we're both in lighter shirts today. Sun's out. What can you complain about at this point?
Almost matching. I mean, look like a couple of McDonald's employees. Feeling good.
I feel like we look a little sharper than that, but
if I could
complain, though, if I could complain, my only complaint would be that on yesterday's show, we didn't do any top lures talk. So today we're going to get into some Bass Pro Shops top lures, something we've talked about a lot the first 2 days of this event. We got a graphic that we showed you on day 2 of this event. All of the top lures from the St. Johns River 2019 and on. All these photo galleries are on Bassmaster.com. The way those look out, there we go. We've got the graphic, and the way that pans out is it's the top 10. They all show you the baits that they used during that week, or say they used anyways. We don't know the validity of all that, but let's go through that right now.
Are you calling them liars?
Fishermen at large are just liars. Let's be real honest. I think we know that. Starting out, number 1, a stick bait. I was over there at Top Lures today as it was being shot, and Dave, we've talked about it all week. A stick bait is a Florida staple, something you can always count on to get a bite if you really, really need one, when you need to slow down. So far this week, that's not been, or at least in the top 10, that's not been as big of a player. I only saw one guy of the top 10 show one for Top Lures. Now, it's not to say they weren't using them, but it's a little surprising, right?
They're lying. Like you said. I mean, every angler has one of those tied on, no matter how you have it rigged. That is a staple.
Absolutely. I'm pretty sure every single person in the top 10 at least had one tied on. Number 2, same general principle. We've got a creature bait, all those Texas rigged. We did see a couple of those this morning. We've seen a few anglers in our top 10 use that. 28% of the anglers over the last, from 2019 on, have shown a creature bait Texas rigged in Top Lures bait galleries. Now, moving on. Number 3 had the swim jig. If we could get that graphic back up, because if not, I'm definitely going to forget which one's next. But swim jig, we've obviously seen that for the duration of the tournament. Bill Lowen has really made that work. He even showed me
around 16%.
He's even showed me his exact swim jig this morning. And that would be a Lure Parts Online Bill Lowen Signature Series swim jig. Yeah, it's not even my sponsor.
It's fine.
And that's the exact one he was using in practice, same color. So he was kind enough to let us see that. The one surprise I would say to end the segment is that we didn't have a crankbait on our radar at all.
No.
And John Garrett did a lot of his damage yesterday on a Strike King 5XD. I mean, if I don't get a sponsorship out of this, I'm going to be pretty upset. That's the bait he did his damage on yesterday.
Supposed to throw you off.
Well, I know what it's for, and it's still throwing me off. That's the bait he did his damage on yesterday. Obviously, today we did see a lot of Carolina rigs slowing down. Looks like the bite's a little tougher, and he's even, moved on from what he did yesterday.
That's great stuff. Enough talk about baits. What is that segment called?
Top Lure, or Bass Pro Shops Top Lures.
On to our next segment, and before we get to it, let's jump out in the water live right now with our leader going out today, Dollar Bill Lowen, hooked up live.
Come here. Got me one. I got me one. Ah, I got me a big one. I got me a big one. Ah. Go ahead. $672. Oh, great. Now I'm going to have to drop some.
Wow, that is a major shot. It's same again, Groundhog Day. We saw this the last few days where the entire field creeps up on him, and just when you think Bill Lowen is about to get past, he comes out swinging a 6-pounder. Before that fish, he was exactly 6 pounds behind. What I feel bad for right now is the other two fish in his live well. Surely he's not going to put them in the same side, because that is a whole different kind of creature.
If he does, he's definitely going to have two here very shortly, because that first keeper is certainly going to be bait. And we've talked about it all day long. I mean, it's just a matter of time before Bill Lowen gets that big bite, that bite window opens. You know, we're no different, though. We sit here and we're watching this, and you kind of start to question if that's going to happen or not. That's a huge, huge fish catch for Bill Lowen right now.
Not just weight-wise, but confidence-wise, to know what you're doing. You lock that in your hand, and you get this job done. I don't understand a lot of things in the world, but one thing I do understand is gravity. When something goes up, it must go down. And now you have a segment called 3 Up and 3 Down.
3 Up, 3 Down. It's a segment we presented yesterday. No, not sponsored yet, so you can go ahead and push the bell to the side.
Oh, yeah. This space for rent.
But 3 Up, 3 Down, folks. That's a huge fish catch for Bill Lowen right there, but obviously just a great start for Bill Lowen. Last year, 84th in Angler of the Year, hits a top 10 right off the bat, comes into this event in first place. That is a massive, massive jump for Bill Lowen, and that's got to do a lot for his confidence, and that is our up number 1.
Okay.
Up number 2, Gerald Swindle, another guy that struggled last year, had a tough year, 88th in Progressive Angler of the Year points. Thank you.
Wow, it's getting
88th
obnoxious.
in Progressive Angler of the Year points. Made a top 10 right off the gates. That's a huge confidence boost. And our third up is going to be Jake Whitaker, the third guy that was also in the 80s, 80th place in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points last year. Hits a top 10 right off the bat. That is a huge momentum boost. Nothing like starting the season out with a top 10 and getting things going. Now, for our 3 Down segment, like you said, for all things that are good, there has to be some bad. So 3 guys that really struggled this week, that have, really took the world by storm last year. We might want to, is there a sophomore slump going on? I mean, I think there's right to say there's some of that going on. Down number 1, Trey McKinney, 90th place finish here. Second Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points last year. Obviously not the start that he wanted for the season. Another one of the rookies from last year that really had a great season, 15th in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. JT Tompkins, also had a very, very tough finish, 94th place. Certainly didn't get used to seeing those guys down there last year, but not a great start. And then one of our guests on the live cast, Kyle Patrick, also a guy that we're not used to seeing that far down in the standings. 97th place finish here. Obviously, day 2 was just a complete train wreck, according to him. And, a guy that finished 16th last year in the points. Not a great start for the sophomores this week.
Not a great start whatsoever, but it's early. I mean, it's just one event. Maybe they're just trying to get along with people better. I mean, it's easier to get along when you're not catching them. But there's a lot of season. I mean, nobody's really down. I know when you do 3 up, you got to do 3 down. But really, at this point in the season, nobody's, officially up or down, because come the end of the season, not everybody's going to be thinking about this event. It really doesn't matter what happens, here, as long as you get it right. But they're definitely heading that way. So that was, for sure, 3 up and 3 down.
3 down. That's exactly right. Yeah, it's like you said, long season. You can't put too much on the first event of the season, but definitely something to watch moving forward there with, the guys that had so much success last year, obviously struggling early on this year. So long ways to go, but we'll see how that plays out.
Speaking of moving on up, Dollar Bill Lowen, as we said, he was 6 pounds behind. Well, looky there. He is no longer behind. He is leading this tournament with 71 pounds, 15 ounces. He's got a 13-ounce lead on the guy who has led the majority of the day, Shakur, at 13 ounces behind him. John Garrett, still, I believe, the scariest cat in the top 10. He has 2 fish for basically 10 pounds, and he is 4 pounds and an ounce behind Dollar Bill. But as we learned the last few days, when Bill starts catching them, he usually catches a bunch in a group. I mean, minutes separated. So I'd imagine we'll see a lot more from him. And guess what? We got special guests joining us. We have the only Australian ever to win a Bassmaster Elite Series event. Of course, Mr. Fear My Heart, Carl Jacobson, and none other than the 2022 Bassmaster Classic champion, Jason Christie, and they are going to absolutely obliterate Steve Bowman.
The best we can hope for is that somebody takes the Greg Hackney approach and just flips as hard as humanly possible at the target, just in case you miss it. That might be the best case scenario in our minds.
Well, here's the good news for our guests. You can't do much worse than everybody else up to this point. I mean, it really has been a lot more challenging than we imagined, but we'll be back in just a few minutes from the Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. Bassmaster Halftime Show, welcome you all in, presented by Bass Cat Boats, and I'm joined by a couple of absolute hammers, one of the most overused words in the world, but dropping the hammer right now, John Garrett making a move. But I'm joined here by Carl Jacobson and Jason Christie, and guys, thank you for doing this. Talk to me about this week. How did the St. Johns River set up for you?
Well, it was really challenging to practice because you've seen the weather and you knew what was coming. So you wanted to get bites in practice, and for me that was shallow. But then you had to plan for the deep, and I actually had a pretty solid plan. The first couple of days I fished shallow, I bailed on it, and I actually ran into Bill. My backup or my primary area was Bill, and I went in and ran into him. He already had 24 pounds, and he's a good dude, and I gave him the creek. So, and that was the thing about this week is you had to time everything with the tide, but it was just the challenging conditions over the week.
We actually saw a bit of that on live. I mean, I don't know if we actually saw it, but we heard Bill talking about it. So kudos to you. You might win yourself a Fear My Heart award. Who knows?
Yeah, that's right. That's super cool. And that happens, every day out here we see tons of stuff like that, especially with the veterans and stuff that have been out here for a long time, and giving way to Bill like that is a huge deal. But I had my best finish on the St. Johns River this week. It was awesome. I mixed it up, found some in the canal, some offshore. I thought the offshore deal was gonna be it. There's hundreds of fish out on those bars, but it just didn't really play out. The fish, good lessons from Florida is those fish pushed up with the full moon, got shallow, and then it got freezing cold, and they just stayed shallow, where everyone sort of was predicting they were going to pull out and get away, but the ones that are there tend to stay, and you saw it get tougher for some over time. And yesterday I end up just bailing on everything. I snuck in by a couple ounces. I was 50th, and I was like, I'm just going to go fishing, and I caught them all on a swim jig in the pads, and it was unreal. So I had an awesome time. Anything in the cut is surviving St. Johns River, so 2 good starts for us to start the year off.
After being bundled up for this whole tournament, how frustrating is it to stand here? I mean, this is the weather when you're like, okay, we're going to Florida, we're packing. This is what you expect to pack for.
Yeah, my back's on fire right now. In the sun. And, we were talking through the first 3 days. I had everything that I owned as far as clothing-wise on, and you don't bring a lot of that. You bring one set just in case for that one day, and we end up having to use it for the first 3. So it was challenging with that. It was challenging for the changing conditions, and I think that's why you're seeing Bass Track a little bit light right now.
Okay.
It's because, like Carl's saying, these fish, they move in and they move out, and it wouldn't be surprised right now if they're not headed in, but they will for sure catch them before 3 o'clock.
Who are you guys picking here? Is Bill Lowen going to get this done? I mean, he just caught a 6-pounder. Or is John Garrett going to chase him down?
I don't know. My opinion is I know where Bill's at. I know what lives in there. I know the tide that is going to get right in about 30 to 45 minutes.
Yeah.
But also, I mean, dude caught 31 pounds.
Yeah.
Not going to bet against him.
Yeah, it's a tough one, but yeah, you got to pull for Bill here. You know, he did something different, got in a creek, you know, almost on his own, and I think those fish are heading his way and probably away from John, and that's why you're seeing him have a little bit. He's probably caught a couple of those leftover fish. You catch 31 pounds in one spot, it's 10 to go back and not catch another 31 pounds on the St. John's River. You hope so, and he's caught a couple that are left there. But now it's either going to get right with the tide when the current hits and starts pulling out, and he's going to win, or those fish are going to keep coming to Bill. More are going to come there, and as that tide falls, they're going to bunch up, and we're going to see him catch them like it looks like he has every day late in the day. And that's the biggest thing that I've learned with St. John's River. You get on an area and you're like, this is unreal, I'm just going to go there and fish, and the time's not right, and you just don't get a bite, and you come back, or someone comes in there an hour later and smashes them, and you're like, you have to get your timing perfect on the St. John's River.
Real quick, Jason, knowing that you wanted to start in the same area as Bill, if he pulls this off, does that make it easier or tougher?
I mean, I'll be happy for him. It makes
no, but for you,
yeah, it's frustrating because, you know, I finished 30 something, and I knew I had the right plan. I really thought that nobody would find it, and I figured out something really special on how to catch them in there. And it was funny, I was talking to Bill, and I was like, dude, I know how to catch them. And he started grinning, and he knew exactly how to catch them. So, you know, it's getting harder every year. These guys are so good, and there's just no rock ever unturned. They figure it out. And if you got some juice, you better go to it.
All right.
The crazy thing about this one is the weights were, 13 pounds on day one for the cut, and then it got below freezing that night with a high of 50, the worst conditions you can get, and blowing 30 miles an hour, and the weights almost stayed exactly the same. That's how good these guys are, because I was just below that, and I'm like, I think I'm going to get in, and I made it by 3 ounces. I'm like, the weights didn't fall on the worst possible day of Florida, so the guys are just unreal.
Well, what might fall is Steve Bowman here in a second. We're about to do our casting contest. Who's going first?
I'll let Carl go first, since he's younger than me.
Oh, it's gentlemanly of you. Okay, let's set the mics down. We got rods for you right over here. Jason, let's hang.
Why do you have to wear a helmet?
Well, because, I mean, I don't know, actually.
Hopefully you're about to find out. Oh, so here's the deal. Let's set this up. 1 minute. All right, it's got to hit the bell. If you hit the board hard enough, you might hear a sound, but it has to hit the bell. Bowman and I will determine if it does. And if you're ready, we will start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Ooh,
that was actually the closest one.
That was real close. It's kind of Australia.
That hit it. That's one.
US,
that was one. That's one.
Uh-oh.
Very close. Very close.
Typically, if they don't hit it in the first 10 or the first, like by now, they're
number 2. That's a great start. 3.
Oh, he's on a roll now. That's the thing with flipping. Whenever you get your
still at 3,
your little groove.
4. 25 seconds.
5.
Come on now.
By Jordan Lee.
How much time?
A little
we got
high.
Left?
30 seconds left.
Oh, he's got plenty of time.
5.
Tied the record.
Uh-oh. Maybe I should have went first and put
6.
pressure on him.
This is a performance. 7. My goodness.
Say what?
Well,
15 seconds. 8.
Took the record from Jordan.
You're
Jason Christie.
10.
Don't let him intimidate you.
I'm not intimidated.
8,
I'm not saying
7,
that. I'm not
6,
saying that I'm going to beat
5,
him.
4, 3, 2, 1. Time. That hit the bell. That technically hit the bell.
What is
that hit it?
Or what?
That was a soft pitch, but it hit it.
So we're 9?
Was it 9?
Is the official 9?
9. We're at 9. That is
Carl.
unbelievable compared to what we've seen.
That was, just so you know, the record coming to this was 5. Jordan Lee got 5. Second place was 2 WWE wrestlers with 3. Greg Hackney, no good. Stephen Browning, no good. Cliff Prince, no good. But Jason Christie, he's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not the best. I've never been to flipping contest, and my first one's against Jason Christie, so that's not good. But we're just going to stop here and say I'm a better flipper than Hackney and Jordan Lee, so that's all we need to know.
Everybody's a winner. I don't like my chances.
All right, if we're ready, we're going to...
9.
All right, you ready?
Ready whenever you are.
All right, 10, or excuse me, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. First two a little high.
Problem is, I flip.
The short helped me. This is
It
technically
can be flipping and not
Australia
pitching too.
versus USA
That's a
now,
strategy. It can be flipping and not pitching.
He's
That's
going to
number
get
one.
on a roll and he's going to go.
2. That hit it. We're at 2. Oh. 3. We're at 3. Here we go. 20 seconds left.
You can still do it.
I got to beat the WWE.
One more to beat him.
Come on now.
You're not going to let Jordan Lee beat you, are you?
10, 9, 8, 7. There you go. 6,
Nice.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time. That was
I hadn't flipped until I was like 27 years old, and moved to America. So.
Wow. Here he is, your champion. Carl Jacobson got it done.
I'll take that.
9 to
The
4.
best flipper. I mean, literally all the way to Okachobee. You're not going to take it from anyone. You are the year-long leader in this. Christy, how do you feel about your performance?
Did I beat Hackney?
Well, yeah, Hackney didn't get one.
Oh, that's all. I'll take defeat, but as long as I beat Hackney, then that's a good runner-up prize. So I don't know. I can make excuses, but he beat me.
He beat you. Are you concerned that this is going to make you a flipper? Like you're going to do nothing but flip now at Okachobee?
I got pressure on me now. I have to go and flip Okachobee. That's all I'm allowed to do.
You know what's funny is I've always been a flipper, and last week we were filming and I caught a big one on a glide. First fish I've ever caught on it. Now I got like a box of them and that always laid out. So maybe we're switching roles here. Yeah.
Whatever works. All right. Look use your microphones right here, and I'm going to give you. No, there's no trophy. You get glory. Glory is so much better than trophies. Look at that camera right now. I mean, you're on a high, so I'm expecting big things from you. I want you to look at that camera right now and tell me what you're going to do at Lake Okachobee. Don't be a pro fisherman and be like, if it's my time, it's my time. I want you to go full WWE and tell the world.
I'm going to win that thing. That WWE.
It felt like there was a question at the end. I'm going to win that thing.
I'm going to win it.
Christy, redemption. You might not have the confidence of him right now.
He can have the casting competition. I want the blue trophy.
Sounds like a plan to me. You guys headed to Okachobee. I want to thank you for being part of this. We are not going anywhere. We'll be right back in just a few minutes' time from the Bassmaster halftime show presented by Bass Cat Boats along the shores here of the St. Johns River. Beautiful Putnam County in Palatka, Florida. The 10th time we have traveled here, and we are going to have a fun conclusion to this tournament. We'll be right back. Halftime show presented by Bass Cat Boats. Hooked up live right now, Bassmaster halftime show, Shane LeHew.
Oh my gosh, this is a giant. No, come here, big girl. Yeah. Yes. That's one of the biggest bed fish I've ever caught. In the mouth.
Giant, dude. Yeah.
I'm gonna take a break. I have a heart attack out here. My heart rate's gotta be 1,000,000. I don't think it's I think it's like a 7 like I thought.
I got money on it. It's being 7.5.
Whatever it is, it's big.
It's a big one. That's gonna crawl. That's a big fish.
7-pounder.
7-pounder?
Yep. Just went from 11 to 17 real quick. Freaking shaking like a leaf.
You deserve it.
Dude, I can't believe she bit first. She just
If
started
that
inching
doesn't
in there,
make
and I
you
was like,
shake,
ain't no
you
way.
are not alive. I am not even in the boat, but I want to see more of that. Shane LeHew with an absolute freak. That is a giant, giant bass, and look at this. That is why you bass fish right there.
We've talked about it all week. The St. Johns River produces these magical moments, and that's a giant bass right there from Shane LeHew doing something a little bit different than what we've seen him do. What a move in this tournament.
A major move, and as Christy and Carl talked about just a few minutes ago before they were casting at Bowman, what they talked about is that afternoon bite and how they predicted big things. Shane LeHew making those moves. But it's time for Bo Knows with producer Steve Bowman. What exactly does Bo know today?
I know that odds in Vegas are based on historical outcomes.
Okay.
And given that, number one is the odds are in favor of Bill Lowen winning this event. And the reason I say that is the day 3 leader has won 6 of the last 9 events on the St. John's. So
it's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it typically plays into day 3 leaders' hands, but not always. Because I know number 2, the most dramatic comeback on a day 4 was from Rick Clunn in 2019. And then that day, he was 9 pounds and 13 ounces behind Chris Johnston and came back and won. So everything is possible. But there's still the odds are in the favor of the day 3 leader.
Okay.
Number 3 is that a deep diving crankbait has never been a factor in a St. John's Elite. I know that Kyle Jesse is lamenting that fact. It just broke his heart in some ways. But the other thing that I know is the fact that it just shows up, throws everything out the window. So that brings me to what I know number 4. We talked about yesterday the key bite windows for all fish, key bite windows for big fish. That switched and got later from day 2 to day 3, or day 1 to day 2. Day 3, it was even across the board for big fish until the last hour. And the last hour produced as many big fish yesterday as the previous 2.5 hours on day 3. So what that means is this is not over, and Shane LeHew just proved that, and that's still to come. This will be decided by big fish.
And I'll tell you one thing right now is Rick Clunn yesterday at the end of the day on the live show, he projected today would end up being the best day by the end of it. You mentioned his giant comeback. You know, going into this day, it almost kind of looked like a 2, maybe 3 horse race. There's still a ton left to be decided in this tournament.
Why do you think that last hour was so strong yesterday? Was it all John Garrett?
It may have been all John Garrett. But no, it couldn't have been all John Garrett because it was.
I mean, we knew his weight earlier too.
The way we keep track of that is every fish over 5 pounds. So every hour created 2 of those until the last hour, and there was 5. So he had already had his moment in the sun. So it was for everybody, and a lot of that is the warming up. But you also got to factor into that there's still a sandbagger equation in there. There's probably more that came through. And then John Cox has never even registered on Bass Track.
Okay. What I want to know, does Bo know who is going to win this event?
I don't know that.
Bo does not know.
I know that it will go down to the wire. That's what I know. And, I mean, who's going to run out of gas? Who might bust a no-wake zone? I don't know. But I know it'll go down to the wire. So, and it's going to be a classic. In my 40 years, this is why we watch bass tournaments. This is why we have live. I know this because this won't be just numbers on paper tomorrow. We'll be able to see the sport do what the sport does, and these anglers do what they do and create the excitement that burns in all of us.
Watching Jay Shakur right now hooked up live. Speaking of bite windows. Not out. Let's listen to him.
Yes, sir. Oof. We got him in the mouth. Wasn't a 6. We got a little excited.
Looks like he's in a spring. I mean, that is crystal clear water.
We've been teasing it all day long that Jay Shakur might make that move back to where he did all of his damage on day one. That's exactly where it looks like he's at. And if he gets things going down there, I mean, that's a completely different dynamic that he teased a little bit. We've talked about it. That happened quick because there's no way he's been there long. We saw him in the canals not very long ago, and obviously showing up. And let's be honest, these are perfect conditions for that bite. High skies, sunny, that water in the springs is super, super clear, and that's going to play into his advantage big time.
And I got to point something out, and I feel like I'm reminded of it every single time we come to the St. John's River. This is why we come here so much. I mean, not just because it's a great crowd. And the world likes to react, oh, they're going there again. Every single time we come here, it turns into one of the most fabled, most fun tournaments to cover all year long. Because as Bowman said, that is why we fish. This is, I mean, it gets won in different ways. It gets won in different areas. There is a lot of different places we go where you can write on a piece of paper before the season even starts and say, this is how they're going to catch them. This is where they're going to catch them. This is one of those bodies of water that it doesn't matter how many times we come, they catch them a different way and a different area every single time. And it's going to be a fun afternoon.
There's no question. And it's a mixture of things. I mean, it's the fact that this body of water allows these guys to do so many different things. We've seen John Garrett obviously fishing offshore, almost describing this spot as a Tennessee River type spot. The way it sets up, you see Bill Lowen doing the kind of thing that Bill Lowen is obviously super well known for doing. Jay Shakur fishing in crystal clear water. Such a diverse place, and it seems like every single year we come here, it's a photo finish. I mean, there is something crazy that happens down the stretch that makes it a super entertaining tournament, and I suspect this will be just the same.
Well, this is going to be a fun afternoon, but the good news is the fun does not end here this week. We're going to stay in Florida, and next week we are going to the Big O, Okachobee, probably, I got to say, the most fabled bass fishing lake in America by far. Like, Lake Okachobee is a destination that everybody wants to fish, and a major reason why is because of that gentleman standing right there. Not so much him, he's done his job, but the guy who came before him, that is of course Scott Martin and his legendary father Roland Martin. I mean, we have all watched him catch countless 10-pounders on this body of water. Scott Martin decimated the field last year in the Bassmaster Open, and the question is, can he deliver here on the Bassmaster Elite Series? Because I'll be honest, Scott Martin, as fabled a career as there is, what he's accomplished is truly Hall of Fame-esque. But on the Elite Series, we're still waiting for that big breakout performance. He's made classics, but I know he wants this bad.
Absolutely. It's one of that big moment is what he's waiting for. And that Open was the closest thing you could consider to that. Obviously breaking records there at Lake Okachobee just a year ago in 2024. If you watch that tournament, you know why we're so excited about this thing. Giant bass, they're going to be up shallow, and you said it. Lake Okachobee is just one of those places when you're around town, you drive through the tackle stores, you do all the things. It feels like a bass fishing town. Like everything in that town revolves, both of them. I mean, the north end of the lake, south end of the lake, everything around that lake revolves around bass fishing, and you can truly feel it. It's going to be a special event. You know, Scott Martin obviously showed us the perspective mode being a big player in that tournament. I think guys are getting better at that year by year. I suspect that's going to be a big player, but shallow, power fishing, a little bit of bed fishing. It's going to be a big time.
We're going to see a lot of anglers grouped up. That's going to be a big player. It was the last time we were there. That time Tyler Rivette won it. He won it a little closer to the launch. I think that pattern's probably going to be obliterated by now, but you're going to see a lot of anglers grouped together. You're going to see prospective Moto Major player, and Scott Martin himself predicted multiple double-digit fish. We didn't see them this week here. Little letdown. I mean, on day one, you told me we were going to see, what, an 11-2?
We don't need to get into it. But, yeah, I agree. It's going to be a fantastic tournament. I was down there just a couple of weeks ago for the Strike King College Bassmaster series at Lake Okachobee. It was exactly like you described it. Certain areas, every time you go to Lake Okachobee, different areas have the clean water, the biggest population of fish, and they get crowded. Is it going to be a guy that outfishes the crowd, or is it going to be a guy that finds something a little bit different like we saw Tyler Rivette do just a couple of years ago?
It's going to be a lot of fun. What are you doing in your days off?
Hopefully going fishing.
Are you?
There's going to be doing a lot of work, unfortunately. Hopefully we can delegate that all to Monday and then spend a couple of days fishing, I hope.
It's a good place to go fishing. Well, let's have a look at our leaderboard, and of course that giant fish from Shane LeHew. That is postcard bass fishing. Before we look at that leaderboard, let's look at a major mover on that leaderboard. The baby shark, he gets his hand on a freshwater shark. That a giant largemouth bass, put in at 7 pounds. I'm saying, Shane's a little dude, but I'm saying that's better than 7.
That's a tank. I mean, once they get to that size, it's hard to try to guess how big that fish is, but that might be one of the biggest bass we've seen all week, if not the biggest fish we've seen.
It's as long as his leg. Look at it. That is a absolute freak. But atop the leaderboard, Jay Shakur was 72 pounds and 9 ounces. Our day 3 leader, Dollar Bill Lowen, was 71.15. Shane LeHew creeping up on them. Look how tight everything is getting. And when we realize the kind of fish, the quality of fish that is available on this body of water, man, we're going to see a lot of moves this afternoon. Don't go anywhere. Bassmaster Live will be back in just a few minutes. But that's it for the halftime show presented by Basscat Boats.
3 hours left on Championship Sunday at the FXR ProFish Bassmaster Elite. Our live coverage provided by Humminbird, and we have covered a lot of ground today. I mean, this thing is getting tighter and tighter. Big developments all through the day, especially in the past hour. We take a look at our leaderboard right now. Jay Shakur had that lead at the end of day number 1. He's back in the lead again. It is not a big lead, just ounces ahead of Bill Lowen and Shane LeHew. Those 3 pretty much statistically tied, knotted up at the top. These are unofficial weights right here. And we just got 3 hours. And let's start to unravel the story for you here. We got 3 big events to show you from the past hour, and they're pretty close together, but the biggest of them all is this one right here in terms of pounds.
First time we've seen Shane LeHew fishing for one on the bed.
Oh my God, I got her!
Jesus. I hope it's in the mouth. I hope it's in the mouth. It is. It's right in the top. Oh my gosh, this is a giant. No. Come here, big girl. Yeah. Yes. That's one of the biggest bed fish I've ever caught. In the mouth.
Giant, dude. Yeah.
I'm gonna take a break. I have a heart attack out here. My heart rate's gotta be 1,000,000. I don't think it's I think it's like a 7 like I thought.
I got money on it. It's being 7.5.
Whatever it is, it's big.
It's a big one. That's gonna crawl. That's a big fish.
7 pounder.
7 pounder?
Yep. Just went from 11 to 17 real quick. Freaking shaking like a leaf.
You deserve it.
Dude, I can't believe she bit first.
Shaking like a leaf and shaking up the competition here. Shane LeHew been doing something different all day long, decided to make a move, try something else, because he knew he was going to have a big one in order to be in the conversation for the top spot, and he did just exactly that with a 7-pounder. That was about 30, I'd say, 30 minutes ago, 25, 30 minutes ago. Now over to Jay Shakur. Jay Shakur been doing a lot of the same things Shane LeHew has been doing, plus a couple of other things as well to sort of keep pace after his spot. This spot right here did not produce after day number 1, but he returned this afternoon.
But it's a good one. Yes, sir. Whew. We got him in the mouth. Wasn't a 6. We got a little excited on that one. But it's probably a 5.
Went in as a 4.7. It looked to be all of that.
Yeah, I think it's a little bigger than a 4.7, but I agree. I don't think it's a 6. I thought it was when he was fighting it, but it's definitely a big help for Jay.
All right, so that keeps Jay Shakur on top. And this is a 3-part story here, of course, from halftime. And before that one happened with Jay Shakur, Bill Lowen, waiting for a big one, has been very, very slow for him all day. Knew he'd have to catch some big ones out of this place. Waiting for it to turn on, and it turns on.
Come here. Got me one. I got me one. I got me a big one. I got me a big one. Go ahead.
That was 45 minutes ago, and how about that? 3 anglers, 3 big fish, puts them within about 10 ounces of each other unofficially, heading into the final 2 hours and change of fishing time here in this tournament on Championship Sunday.
Okay. Well, the moment's here. I mean, I've been waiting all day for it to get to the tide to start going out so everything can get right. And it's just now starting to get right. I've only been fortunate enough to get one good bite, and I got 2 little tiny keepers in there, so this next 2-hour window is going to be very crucial in making this thing happen. I'm getting ready to get into some areas right here where there was a lot of fish yesterday, so trying to keep myself in the right area for when the tide gets right. It has been a true struggle so far this morning. I've had a few fish miss my jig and things, and Like I said, I've only been fortunate enough to get one good bite, but we're still grinding, and that's what we're going to do till it's time to go. We're just going to keep grinding and grinding and grinding.
That's what he's been saying for 3 days, and it's worked out for him. Yesterday, it was late in the day before he caught his 2 good ones.
Davey, I talked to you about this when we watched this happen during the halftime show. My favorite part of learning and watching bass fishing is we didn't show you the 2 casts before that. Throwing a swim jig 2 cast, Tommy, down the side of the mat.
Yeah.
Puts it down, picks up his punch rig, first flip in there, catches it. And so that is something mentally making a decision. I need to switch and picking it up at the right time, not waiting too long with something, not picking it up too early, right at the right time.
Back to Jake Whitaker. Has only recently, and probably I'd say within the last hour and 20 minutes, put the limit in his boat. So
yes.
Nothing big yet.
You ain't that big. Get up here. Hey, we caught a limit. They are not big, but whatever. And everything I set the hook on yesterday was big, and today it just ain't, and that's okay. But we still got time.
The last time we visited Jake, about an hour and 40 minutes ago, he was outside the canal. We usually see him right down the middle of one of those canals. And again, he's still on the outside here. So a little bit different strategy this year.
And I'll say that with the colder nights than we would like in Florida, those fish might not be positioned up on the bank in the canals like they normally are. Maybe the afternoon is when he's going to go, and actually less people around as well. That was a big deal for him this morning.
Oh, we have got a lot of interesting thing to look forward to this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this is where I caught my big bag day 1, and I just couldn't resist not coming in here with this straight above my head and like 2-mile-an-hour winds. I mean, you can see everything in here. Everything is coming to life too. There's manatees everywhere, birds. There's like a spot of like 6 or 7 manatees over there. In practice, I never even saw a manatee in here, so everything's starting to come to life. The water's getting nice and warm with that sun, and I got rewarded for it. You know, I got 1 + 5 in here right away, and now we're looking for one of those big ones that, you know, 6, 7, 8 pounders. So I have seen a couple more 4-something pounders, but they're not in the mood to eat anything, or they're really not. They're just cruising around. So we're going to keep on the hunt here for a little while and see if we can stumble into 1 or 2 more before the day's over.
I like his plan.
Yeah,
I like his plan.
That's probably the closest thing to what would guarantee a win, this path of action, if it works, if it works out. And we've seen some good feedback already for Jay Shakur. You got the sun overhead, no wind, and he can see, as he says, you can see everything's going on in here. Over to Brock Mosley.
Golly, they ain't eating it very good. Came in an area I haven't been to in a few days, and water's warm, tide's getting right, fish are trying to spawn. That one there was peeing. You know, it's just getting good. It's the time of day. Seen a big female with a male on the bed back there, and gonna give her a little time to sun get a little higher. She's right next to a dock, and the shadow of the dock is kind of halfway across the bed, and it's making it hard to see her. So I'm gonna let the sun get up just a little bit, and then I'm gonna fish for them. But while I'm waiting on the sun to get right, fish around so you can catch a few keepers. I really didn't know how big that one was gonna be because I set the hook.
Brock, like Bill Lowen, just 3 keepers in the boat so far.
Oh no. But it's just now getting right.
A lot of anglers this week just weren't catching, getting 5, 6, 7 bites a day. Even some of the ones that are in the top 10 here today.
And all this is.
Let's get it over to John Garrett now. John Garrett had that lead for part of the time today. A huge day yesterday. Only 30-plus-pound bag of the tournament.
7th biggest bag
in
St. John's history.
The elites. Yep.
I think I know where we're at. John Garrett, the glory hole yesterday.
Absolutely. Maybe an unlikely looking place, but as he describes it, what's under the water there, you can understand why it's working.
You think about the direction that the current flows, those outer turns often have a harder bottom and a lot of, moving water at times.
All right. So it is, 12:30. Still got 2 fish. And them big ones are still sitting there. I'm torn between staying here, trying to get a couple more of them to bite, or I just need to leave them alone and go catch me 3 keepers, or try to catch 3 keepers. This isn't a place just to come get a bite. This is trying to trick a very large one, but gut says I need another 1 or 2 of these to have a chance, but I don't know if it's just me or if it's real tough today. If it's real tough, a couple keepers could, some 2-pounders could go a long way. I'm not really sure. That's the thing, you never know, but might give these another 30 minutes, and because another little pod of them that broke off and moved behind me. Man, I'm coming right, just coming right through them. Love to get me 1 or 2 more from here, and then I could probably run upriver and catch a couple keepers, I would think.
He had 2 discrete spots that he won on the Harris chain back last April. Won a place where he could catch a small limit reliably each day, which he did, and a shell bed like this one where he got the big fish bites to win the tournament.
Very similar situation.
Yeah.
He just found this place yesterday, so it's mid-tournament before he found it, but the way it's all shaken out is very similar to Harris chain.
Yeah. Shane LeHew putting himself in this conversation big time a few minutes ago with a 7-pounder. Let's take a look at his day today and doing what we'd seen him do for the last 2 days, Davey.
Yep, we've had him on camera last 2 days. I talked to him. He said this is what he's been doing all week. He's going to jerk bait in these canals, looking for bass fry and the males around that fry, guarding the fry, using his electronics to find them, especially Thursday and Friday. He said these fish were 5 to 7, some of them even 8 feet deep, which is very unusual. Kind of untapped fry garters, I would say, from years past. But Shane did a great job just catching a lot of fish, and we have said all week he's due to catch a big one. Surely he's just going to see a good one, maybe not a fry garter, but then he did see this one on the bed. Looked like a 7-pounder.
No, come here, big girl. Yeah.
He said 7-pounder when he had on scales, but I also heard him say it might be the biggest bass I've ever caught.
I heard that too.
No, I think sight fishing. He's the biggest sight fishing fish he's caught.
Take a break.
Yeah.
Heart attack out here. So I just caught a 7-pounder off the bed. There was a bed there in practice, and I was like, let me go check, it's gotten warm. And I pulled up around the corner and I just caught one on a jerk bait. And I was like, I'll just check it real quick and see if there's one there, because there was like a 2-something there, and I had a 1.25 pounds that I needed to get rid of. And I think they left when it got cold. And then, like I said, I was looking at it, I was like, is that a carp? And it was a bass, and I told Jake, I was like, I think that's like a 6 to 8 pounder, and rolled back around, and she was off the bed, and I started pitching for the male, and then she kind of just started inching closer and closer and closer, and amazingly, she was the first one that bit, and it didn't take me very long, honestly, maybe 10 minutes to catch her. She just got right, and I just snapped it real quick in front of her face, and all I could see was mouth. And so we made a almost 6-pound coal to get us about where we've been every day of the tournament. And I've not had a big fish, so now I'm torn between, I can't see a lot of places in these canals. They're super deep, big straight seawalls. There's only a few places I can actually see, so I'm kind of going back and forth, which I'm just fishing at this point. We were really far behind. I said I wanted to go catch a big bedfish today, and I did that. And then the male took, 3 or 4 casts after I caught the female. I caught the male, and he was a 3-pounder. So we got 10 pounds off of one bed. And I'm pretty lucky, honestly, and I've been a little fortunate even catching these fry garters. You guys have seen today how many I've thrown to. I'm seeing so many more today than I have, even in places that I've been. It's like, 6-7 times as many fry garters as there has been, and they're just hard to get to bite. So now I'm kind of in between, like, what do I do? Do I do this and try to catch, I've had some really quality fish, 3.5, 3 3/4 pound fish, even a couple 4s doing this, and if I catch two more of those, I'll have low 20s and at least, hopefully move up a little bit. I'm sure they're biting today. It's gotten really warm. And I'm sure the shallow fish are probably going off a little better than they have the prior 3 days of the tournament that we had with cloudy conditions and relatively cold mornings. So we're just going to bounce back and forth and hope for the best. Like I said, I got two 2-somethings that I need to get rid of, and I got one here that actually might bite.
Shane LeHew. Man, oh man, he has become a big part of this story here. He's done a great job so far.
He had to catch one of those 7-pounders to really have a chance to win this, and he's got two 2-pounders in there, and you see he's only not even a pound back.
Jay Shakur still in the lead. Bill Lowen doing his job of getting started, getting his way back to the top. And Shane LeHew been living in 4th, 5th, 6th place all week, but he knew he had to have his best day today.
We're a mile behind Bill and now John Garrett, so we need to make up quite a bit of ground. I'm excited to make a top 10 here. Like I said, the last 3 trips I think I've had to the St. John's have been an absolute struggle. So to start out not in the 50s, 60s, or 70s is a big plus. Obviously, I'm going to try to win. Like I said, great start to the season, and hopefully we continue it on to Okachobee.
No, come here, big girl. Yeah!
Yes! That's one of the biggest bedfish I've ever caught. In the mouth.
Giant, dude. Yeah.
I'm gonna take a break. My heart rate's gotta be 1,000,000.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here at the St. Johns River, the FXR Pro Fish Bassmaster Elite. Live coverage brought to you by Humminbird this week. It's the brand new 2025 Bassmaster Elite Series season, and with the Elite Series and our fantasy games, we're kicking off a new one this year. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and I want to talk about our newest game mode, TH Marine Pick'em. Kyle, Jesse, and the crew in Birmingham give you 7 matchups, varying reasons why, whether it's former AOY and Rookie of the Year winners, maybe it's 2 guys who have beards, maybe it's guys from Florida, maybe guys named Tyler, defending champions, all kinds of matchups. I know they just set the matchups for Okachobee, so be on the lookout for those tonight or Monday morning. Make your picks. This is pretty easy. It's a this or that. And for the 7 matchups, this is how it ended up lining out. Chris Johnston beat Trey McKinney in this one. John Cox beat Drew Benton. Robert G beat Jacob Fouts. Carl Jacobson wins the international battle and beats Taku Ito. Patrick Walters beats his roommate Justin Hamner. Corey Johnston and Tyler Rivette win. So I have the 2 red X's here with all of the correct answers there. So that's how the 7 lined out. I went 5-2, guys. I thought John Cox was going to lose to Drew Benton, so I missed out on this one. And I thought Jacob Fouts was going to beat Robert G. So those were my 2 misses this week. 5 wins for me. I think Kyle Jesse beat me in both of those, but I beat him in both of those. So we end up both going 5-2 this week out of the 7 pick'ems. I know Tom Abraham's going to probably text me in a second. I went 6-1, Ronnie. That's what he's going to be bragging about. But at the end of the year, whoever makes the most correct picks out of our 7 pick'ems for every single Elite Series event, and I think the Classic, will win the ultimate TH Marine prize. So 5-2 or 5-2 for the first 7 picks of the year. Not too shabby. Okachobee buckets open tonight and in the morning. Be on the lookout there for TH Marine Pick'em.
All right. You or Kyle, who picked those categories there?
Kyle.
Kyle did. Okay.
Kyle did.
All
Kyle
right.
and somebody else. Whoever. They're anonymous. He's
It's
the
going
one
to be a
taking the
challenge.
chase.
Keep that up. Keep that pace up.
I think I might disclose what the buckets are or what the matchups are for Okachobee since he texted him to me.
Okay.
So
Yeah, please
we'll
do.
have to do that.
Love that. This is moments ago with Shane LeHew.
Like he's doing what we've seen him do most of the week, throwing a jerk bait at fry garter. Put his poles down and locked in on that screen.
Got him.
Here we go.
I don't know. I think he deceived me. Yeah. He's fat. No.
2-2's his smallest.
Davey, did we see the second sight fish from him? We saw that 7+ pounder. Did we see that second one?
He caught the male.
Yes, he caught the male.
How they get it hit
Those
first.
are his 2 best of the
Things
day.
like popping it up.
And I was just trying to upgrade those initial fry garters he caught this morning.
That 7 is, of course, our Phoenix Big Bass leader for today.
Oh, it does help a little. Oops. Come on, scale. Not by a lot.
A little help.
Yeah.
Dang, that doesn't look like he helps, but I guess he's just so much fatter. I should double check though.
Gerald Swindle. We hadn't checked in with Gerald in a while here. 6th place currently.
Got it. Come on, baby, stay on. I don't know how much he's gonna help us, but I got him. We gotta find them old bigs, you know. I just don't think he's gonna help us. Put a little weight on it just to check.
It does goes to show you, Davey. I mean, 10 years ago we'd go in a canal and we'd be like, man, I hope I catch 1 or 2 out of here, and you just see how many fish live in that ecosystem, no matter how narrow or small or short it is. There are so many
I just
fish.
don't think I got one that small. I really don't.
Yeah, we were talking about that a little bit yesterday, I think, about the number of fish that are in these areas that we don't catch. But now we can see most of them.
Yeah.
But go down a bank, you think you caught them all. I think we were talking about Bill Lowen going back and forth. You think you caught them all, and there may be 50 more right on that same stretch that you just can't get to bite. Oh.
On point.
Jay's found him one.
Is.
I don't think he'd be fishing for a 3-pounder.
LeHew's last fish put him 1 ounce ahead of Bill Lowen.
Wow.
On Bass Track into 2nd place. Lowen's still with 3 fish. John Garrett with 2.
It's just such a hard, I mean, Lowen was up by 5-4 on John Garrett, who had a 4-1 lead over Jay Shakur. So that was, what is that, a 9-5?
9-5, and LeHew is 10-5 back to start the morning.
So the fact that Lowen's within a pound with 3 fish, and 2 of those being ones that we would be like, does that keep? Man. Davey, I did get it. Go ahead.
The thing that is in his advantage, although it's hard to think this as an angler, he's only got 3. So everything, every 12-inch fish goes to his weight.
That's and right. John Garrett has 2, and he's only 4'11" back of the lead with 2 fish.
Yeah.
So
those 2 really.
It's a ball game this afternoon.
Yeah.
If you would have said Bill Lowen or the field, or Bill Lowen, John Garrett in the field, you'd be like, Bill Lowen, John Garrett. And right now it doesn't look that way, but they're in the. Steve Bowman always used to tell me, when you're interpreting Bass Track, it's not really a tournament on the final day until everyone in the top 10 has a limit, and then you see where we shake out. Now, some tournaments you're not guaranteed to catch a limit. It's not as easy. Today,
well, there's that.
Might not be easy for Bill, but still in a good spot.
Or John, look what time it is.
Well, who knows? Bill Lowen's 5-pound lead to start the day may be the difference maker.
Absolutely.
It's hard to say at this point. As you say, we'll know a lot more when everyone gets a limit in the boat. How soon will that be? How soon will someone catch another big one? Jay Shakur looking at one. Got plenty more on the way. Be right back. 2 hours effectively left of fishing time for our top 10 who are out there, the 10 who are the only 10 who have qualified for this final day championship Sunday on the St. Johns River. FXR Pro Fish event here. First stop of the year. We have got plenty to talk about and plenty to try to anticipate what's going to happen here. Corey Johnston got off to a big, fast start today. He's the defending champion. Rocketed up the leaderboard yesterday in order to gain the top 10. And it's been a little slow for him since.
Not an 8, but we'll take it.
Target into action.
Solid 3. Nice. All right.
We've been throwing a swim jig all morning.
We're now up pumping 16 pounds on his day. Back over to Brock Mosley.
God, there she is. Oh, hell, Brock, get the boat, fish in the boat. That's 4-pounder. We're back. We're back.
Just a 4th fish, but a nice one. 4-pounder.
Just decisions paying off. You know, I don't know if you'd say I've been saving this area. I just haven't needed it the last couple of days. And the water's warm, the tide's getting right, and fish are active. We hadn't really seen any active fish all day, but at time, if I can get one I seen on the bed earlier to bite, I'm waiting for the sun to get right on her, and add a couple more, we'll be in good shape.
Well, somebody's got a monster wind chime set up there.
Absolutely. I thought you were playing an organ over here. Or
Yeah, it
something.
sounds like it's Sunday. It sounds like a church.
I usually do that on Monday. That's the funny thing about that. One, 2, and 3 right there.
Brock Mosley just said it. Things are heating up.
Fish are active, he said.
One of these 3, most likely, going to heat up and separate themselves a little bit. It's a 3-man race for sure right now. Maybe 4 or 5, but certainly these 3.
Well, I was giggling because now that you've dubbed it, these 3, we're going to see someone 4th through 6th make a charge in a second.
Yeah, catch a 10.
Not another 10.
Corey catch 2 8s.
Yeah.
But we learned earlier today, statistically, the leader wins.
That's right.
So
2/3 of the time,
this
every
is first
time.
through third right here, so surely the odds are in my favor saying one of these 3 has the best chance.
50% of the time, that's 100% correct.
I mean, like we always say, Tommy, if you're not in the top half of the field, you're not fishing the weekend. Like, you have no shot to win.
Yeah, you might as well just ride it all.
Could rival our closest event here in 2022. John Cruz won by 1 pound, 4 ounces over Bob Downey. Last year, we know that Corey won in 3 days. You remember Brad Wiley was second, and he was still 1.5 pounds, 1.9 to be exact, ahead of him after 3 days after Wiley's 4th day of fishing.
It's just like Patrick Walters' Lake Fork event in the fall.
Second biggest margin.
He won by 29 pounds and only had 24 on the final day. He would have won by 5, you know.
Yeah.
The fry is so close to the wall. Yeah.
Brian knew he won by almost 10 pounds, and Clunn's victories were 3 and 4 pounds.
So interesting. In Clunn's 2 victories, Such, he had almost the same exact weight going into the final day. But one of them, he had like a 6-pound lead, and the other, he was down by 11 pounds.
11, 13.
So that's what's crazy is, yeah, Clunn's like, I did my job like I did, in 2016. Instead of a 5-pound lead, I'm down by 11 pounds, and I still come back and win.
John Garrett still on 2 fish. 4-11 back of the lead.
Hold on.
I don't know if he's doing a glide bait, looks like.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
You see that fish?
What were you saying?
I'll say you're live.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good. Well, we are probably about to, I guess, leave these fish. I'm getting just giants, like 6+ pounders to follow my bait every single cast. I ain't made one bite since this morning. Comes another one, but not really sure what to do to get them bite. I've tried everything I know how, and just ain't working. It sucks because that's 3 more bites right there. Even 2 maybe is. I won the tournament. I got another one on me right now, but just can't trick them.
The old saying, hate to leave fish to go try to find fish, but this is one of those rare occasions where maybe he needs to, at least for about an hour.
Yeah.
Davey, I thought it was leave biting
Make sure and
fish.
go back, for sure.
Well, that's just a minor detail that you shouldn't worry about.
My friends say that same phrase, Davey, except my buddy Dawson adds an extra word at the end, but I can't say that on Bassmaster Live. But it really punches home the point, you know, of do not leave fish to go find fish.
It's 1
I
o'clock.
guess the question was just asked, where are the fish at?
I thought you said your friend Jay.
I don't have any idea. I did not think it was going to be this hard to get a bite today. I thought it wouldn't. I thought it could at least catch a limit. I've only been able to catch 3 so far, but we're not giving up yet. Tide is just now starting to getting right. That's the problem with the tide. It's an hour different every single day, and about the time it's going to get really good is about the time that I'm going to have to be heading back. So we ain't done yet. We're still grinding. I only need to get 2 good bites, at least to feel comfortable. 2 5-pound bites would make me feel real good. It's not easy at all today for me, at least. Like, it is hard for me just to get a bite. I don't know if that was a bite or not, but she was going sideways. I wasn't taking any chances. And then there's a piece of fishing string or something there. Yeah. So yeah, it's just been a grind. It's been one of them days. Been one of them days.
Bill's saying now it's just now getting right, and according to the way it worked for him the past 2 days, it's going to be a little further into this tide event before it really starts, you know, making for numbers of catches.
Yeah, and he's been saying that all day. We've been talking about it, but it's still hard to be in that position and have to wait until that last hour.
And every fish that you catch on a tide that's not preference, you know, preferred for you is a bonus, no doubt.
This is not gonna help us right here. All right, let's just play him down. I got him in here. That'll help. That's a 3-pounder. It's a little bit more like we've been needing right there. Some of us old timers, you always got to remember about the older folks. They cook like a crock pot, baby.
Back to all this nonsense again, but hey.
Swindle started the day in 10th place. He's moved it up to 6th. He's got just under 12 pounds right now. The Yeti hot seat. He'll be sitting in it. Well, right now, if we were to take you to the weigh-in, it would be that man right there, Shakur, on top, but not by much. He is in just about a neck and neck race with two other anglers, Bill Lowen and LeHew, as it stands right now. And there's about an hour and a half fishing time in real terms. So, boy, things are starting to get tighter and tighter in Florida. The FXR Pro Fish Bassmaster Elite, St. Johns River, Palatka, Florida, is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Oh, there you go, hour and a half. Oh, hey, dog.
There's
boat.
The dog I missed out on.
Those two craft are, they're unusual. I don't really know what to call those things right there.
A multi-purpose jet ski. That's not just a...
Carrying like 10 gallons extra fuel there.
Those are like
going to Jacksonville.
That's like
ultra tricked out, yeah.
That's like a Memphis, Mississippi River type fuel deal.
Bill Lowen.
Ooh, here we go.
Put
another big one, but it's something he needs.
On the board, man.
He didn't need much.
Well, not what we want, but it's a bite. It'll be number 4. It'll be number 4. Yeah, I called it.
Way bigger. That was like 1.4.
Tried to get it around for you. Did it get it? All right, very good.
Well, he's got number 4 where he had 0 in that slot before, so that's going to change the leaderboard. Let's take a look at our fast track leaderboard. These are unofficial weights there, and that's going to put him back on top there, ahead of Shakur.
Our 6th lead change today.
Oh my God.
And we should have more.
We started the day with just 2 anglers within 10 pounds, and now we've got 5 anglers within 6.5 pounds.
Tighter and tighter, and someone can just make a huge difference, make a big splash with one fish at any point over the next hour and a half.
So did that fish give him the lead, or did that first one that was 10 ounces give him the lead?
Yeah, there you go. Or the last fish yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure he actually has the lead. Shakur put that Salt Springs fish in as a 4.7. Looked a little bit bigger. Huh?
A little bigger, but...
And LeHew just said 7 pounds, and it could be...
7, 8.
We'll see.
Well, I'm sitting here thinking, is LeHew counting the 7-pounder that he caught off the bed to beat me at Lake Norman in the college event sight fishing? Is that, when he said it's his biggest sight fish, is it Elite Series?
You just won't let it go, will you, Ron?
No. I fished that same dock. I didn't look behind it, though. Dang it.
I thought you said biggest bass. I looked it up, and when he had 100 pounds at fork, he had an 8.5.
No, he said biggest bed.
Right,
bed
okay.
Fish. He said biggest bed fish.
We're really close, obviously. I think Bill catches 5th fish for sure, and one of the other guys are going to have to cull.
Yeah.
Not a help.
He needed something bigger than 3-1 is what he has on Bass Track as his smallest. LeHew has 18.11 on Bass Track. Shakur has 18.4. And Lowen with 4 fishes at 9 pounds, 5 ounces. They're within a pound of each other.
So I'm assuming that was a male that Jay just caught there, released beside the boat so quickly.
Yeah, I got it.
Gosh, dang it.
Pitches right back out there.
There's no way that was a male again. Right away. Maybe.
That was the male again.
Yep.
Ronnie, after the cold front predictions, did you lower your estimated winning weight?
From what I said on the podcast?
Yes, and yeah.
I think
live
kept
well
it. I think I kept it at 84, maybe.
Well, we are giving up on our magical spot here. There's a few big ones on these pylons we're going to spend a few minutes on and start working our way back upriver. See if we can just catch 3 more keepers. I mean, I'm not going to have a chance at just catching 3 more keepers, but I'd rather bring in 5 than sit there and probably not get another bite, because that's what I feel like is going to happen if I sit there. It's truly unbelievable what is living there right now, but I can't make it happen, so we're going to fish around here for 5 minutes around this little stretch and head on north, see if we get lucky and catch us 3 keepers in the hour we got left to fish time we get up there. But grateful for the event. I mean, I can't describe yesterday. It was insane. Just super happy to have done that and experienced it. It was crazy. Never forget it. So if I don't stumble on anything the next hour, I mean, great event. It does suck that winning spots right there, and I couldn't make a bite. So
You're just catching up with us. John Garrett caught up 4 and a 5.5 out of that spot that yielded 31 pounds of fish by 10:30 in the morning yesterday.
Already had lesser current and water flow there than yesterday, so he was already feeling a little more down on the spot, and then he breaks off on his first cast and hook set basically as well. So it's been a day for John Garrett.
That's the thing. He broke off his first fish.
Yeah.
Could have messed up the school.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Wow, yeah.
Could have messed up the
Tennessee River.
Could have been an 8-pounder. He'd have a solid lead right now.
Yeah.
Hanging around down there with a crankbait sticking out of its mouth.
He's not done yet.
I don't think he thinks with 2.5 hours left he even has a shot, and he's still right there.
3 2-pounders, he's there.
Bill Lowen ahead by, 6 ounces against Jay Shakur, Shane LeHew, and there's John Garrett right there. We got plenty more on the way. A lot of tension in the air. FXR Bassmaster Elite, the St. Johns River. This is Championship Sunday, and we are running out of time on Championship Sunday. Not much more than, well, certainly less than an hour and a half now for all of our anglers. They got some travel time to figure in there. Bill Lowen with half a pound lead thereabouts over Jay Shakur, and a pound lead over Shane LeHew. John Garrett, who found the sweetest spot of all here yesterday in terms of a single day limit size over 30 pounds, has now abandoned that spot. He says he's going to start making his way back up and hope to find a couple more keepers. He only got 3 in the boat, so he's going to have to find some more keepers in order just to have a limit. So his prospects have maybe dimmed somewhat, but you never can tell what's going to happen. The big ones live here, and we fully expect to see 1 or 2 of those shaking things up before this day is done.
It's really amazing how much current John said was there yesterday and 0 there today.
Yeah, that's, gosh.
I understand it being less. The winds are calmer than they were, but it went from a lot of current to virtually 0.
And that's what I think is, especially a place like the St. John's, when you think about the tides that don't necessarily suck the water out as much, when you have the readouts like we were talking about with the Deep Dive app, where you have the tide charts with the influence of wind, that tide coming in so much faster with that 15-mile-an-hour north wind.
Oh, you missed it.
And so much slower with 0 wind. You know, like it's good to know those timing. You could be an hour late because it came in quicker than you thought.
They say St. John's is big thing is big fish, but you needed a limit. Nobody in our top 10 failed to catch a limit each day. Right outside though, Wes Logan, he's lamenting only having 3 fish. He had 2 great days, 19 and a 20-pound day. Seth Fighter just had 4 fish yesterday, 2-pounder, and he's in our top 10. Several other guys, Lee Livesey down here, he had 2 fish on day 2 after 22-13 on day 1.
I think that's a great point here, but across the board in the elites, you need to catch 5.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
everywhere.
Yeah, everywhere.
Well, they say the big fish here. I mean,
I
had
get
somebody.
it. So here you got to have 5 and a big one.
And Shane LeHew's bucking that trend till today because he had very consistent 3.5-pound ya to death, and then he catches a 7+.
Jay Shakur has not moved in a while. There's a big one on this bed. I would just about bet he's been locked in for 15 or 20 minutes on this one bed.
Patrick Walters, we have not heard from much today at all. Does have 5 fish, but none of them big at all.
Welcome to the house.
Welcome to the crib. Where is your giant brothers at? Alright, let's beam these fish real quick. Is this trolling? Yeah, it's about locked. Nothing's on this side. Calm down. You're not that guy.
I think it's still just so incredible. We were talking about Patrick Walters' track record here earlier at the Screen of Knowledge when we were talking about how good he's been. When you think about the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th time he's fished here, and he's made 5 top 10s.
Yeah, that's
6 times fishing here, 5 top 10s. That's incredible.
Yeah, it really is.
Super
Especially
hard to
not
do.
being your home lake or something.
Yeah.
Even on your home lake. He hasn't done it on his home lake.
Yeah, that's right.
That's super hard to do.
Like Cliff Prince's record here was really good, but like you would expect that. Patrick Walters, just something about this place he's good at.
Mudfish. Oh, mudfish. Grinnell. Dogfish. Not what you
Cypress
want.
trout.
Shoot bait.
Shoot it.
Dead. No, I'm just kidding.
For Bill, it's heart attack.
Yeah.
And they bite
Annoyance.
it hard. And they bite it hard, too.
Yeah.
When it rains, it pours.
Oh.
All they do is tear your bait up.
He's playing possum on you. He's not done.
Yeah. Calm down. I'll let you go. Calm down. I'll let you go. God. Come on. Just calm down. I'll let you go. Thought that was the one. Waked up behind it, I killed it, she got it. Started swimming off. Like, yep, that's the one. Not so much. That's the first one I've caught all week.
Back over to Corey Johnston. Very hopeful start today. Caught a couple of good ones and thought he might be off to the races.
Update is still doing the same thing, still grinding away. Had a few missed opportunities today. This morning I lost a great big one, and then I lost one probably close to 8 pounds not too long ago. So that's what happens when you're fishing like this. I mean, they eat your jig and this stuff. It's hard to get them out, and we just missed two fish. Haven't had a ton of bites. We've had a few just swirl on it, but I mean, it's pretty slow. It's the tide's going out now, so that was when I caught him yesterday. Was when it was on an outgoing. So came back here to where we started the day and gonna give it about an hour and then just run some new stuff and see what happens. It's been tough. We've had the right bites.
He's right. You casting through that stuff, you're gonna lose some fish.
6 cents braided swim jig with a bongo on the back, black and blue, and winding it pretty quick, getting these fish to react. So it's pretty much all we've thrown the last 2 days.
On the move is Corey Johnston. Let's go back up and look at Brock Mosley. Or go back down, I should say, excuse me.
Yeah, downriver, Tom.
I cannot get it
Downriver,
straight.
Tom.
Sorry, guys. It's up the map and down the river.
Up is down and down is up.
Yeah.
And who's on first?
Just intent on something here.
The old line, I'm just going to go
Back to this
fishing.
pair I found earlier, and they are really spooky, both of them.
It's really what Brock is doing.
He said he had saw
Female's really, really big.
male and female, and
I
he
don't
was going
know
to
how
come
big
back
she's
to.
big.
And so this must be it.
Well, there are a lot of new elements to our overall broadcast effort here from all of our Elite Series tournaments, including the Moultrie Mobile Behind the Tanks. That comes up on YouTube at the same time the weigh-in starts, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Pat and the gang behind the scenes there, getting with the guys waiting to weigh in, get their thoughts, fresh thoughts as they come right off the water, get their assessments of the day. A lot of good info to be had there and a lot of insights into what a full day of fishing at this level can do to a guy. Check it out.
It's Pat.
Hour. FXR Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River, Palatka, Florida. Hey, hats off to them real quick while we're thinking of our great, great host city here. What a bass fishing community. What a great group of fans and folks who pitch in to make it a great show for everyone. Brock Mosley working on a couple here.
Being very aggressive with them right now.
She's got it.
Who? Said it was a real big one.
Yeah.
Nope. Come here. Golly, what an ugly fish landed in the mouth. See that? In the mouth. I told you she was big.
Straight to the bottom line as well as key number 5.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point. Big, big help.
She's 6.
Going in as 6'4", that's going to put Brock Mosley into the top 5 right behind John Garrett.
It kind of puts him in contention, 6 pounds back now.
Yeah.
You just filled your limit.
I found her
Right where we
earlier,
started, 5th place.
and I knew she was catchable because she was more locked on the bed than the male was. How about Yamamoto Yamakraw? Best bed fishing bait that I have found. I ain't been here back to her 3-4 minutes.
It's got 3 under 2 pounds.
Got her to bite.
Plenty of room to grow.
I knew she followed it off the bed. And I really don't think I can catch the male. He's so squirrely. But that's all right. If I can get one more, I got it.
Well, Brock Mosley got his first win on a river year before last.
Yes,
We're headed back to that river this year. He'd like to notch a win in between on a river.
I don't know if it's better to be a shortstop or a middle linebacker trying to scoop up that right there. If it's a ground ball or if it's a fumble right there. But that was a battle at the side of the boat, Davey.
It was hot. That fish was still really hot to be trying to get your hands on it. Hey, it worked out.
Soft hands, Ronnie. Soft hands.
Soft hands. Bend your knees.
That puts him at 14.5 pounds, up to 5th place. 6-1 back in the lead.
Yeah, 2 of his fish are 10 of his pounds. He's got a 4 and a 6.
Yeah.
3 under 2 pounds.
Lots of headroom there.
I mean, even if he replaces a 1 with a 2 and a 1.5 with a 2.5, like upgrades by a pound, he's still going to be within 3 pounds of the lead. He's right there. And we still have 3 anglers within 1 pound unofficially as well, with LeHew, Shakur, and Lowen being head to head to head right now.
See him now.
Let's go back to our headquarters here. Let's go back on location, bring in our colleague Kyle Jesse. There he is, Kyle. Kyle, you've been enjoying the halftime show this week, and now you've been watching along with us these developments of the last couple of hours. And man, we've got 6 guys within one. Not what you'd call a big for this place, but just a big one, a 6.5 pounder. That's man, this is going to be tight, and it's going to go down to the wire, don't you think?
There's no question, Tommy. It seems like there's going to be that moment. You know, we still maybe haven't seen it yet. Early on, you know, John Garrett gets to his spot, catches 2 really big ones right away, and you think, man, maybe he was right yesterday at weigh-in. He's got a lot of fish there, and he might run away with this thing, but obviously slowed down on him. Some of the other guys were able to catch back up. Definitely going to be an interesting afternoon, and I think it's going to be a really interesting weigh-in, and frankly, that's what we all love, right?
Definitely what we love, Kyle, but I'm going to pin you down a little more than that. Just a little fishing time to go, you know, 2.5 or an hour and a half, hour 20 minutes. For some guys, only about 30 or 40 more minutes of fishing time, depending on where they're at. Who do you pick to win and why?
I got Bill Lowen. I think Bill Lowen's he's gonna have that magical moment. You know, me and Dave have talked about it all week this week on the halftime show. The St. Johns River always tends to give us that magical moment. I think Bill Lowen's gonna catch him one more big one here towards the end of the day. Obviously, he's relied on that tide to get right. Starting to get more bites than he has early on in the tournament, or in the day rather. And I'm gonna go with Bill Lowen. It seems like he's been so consistent all week. Seems like things have just gone right for him. So if one more thing goes right for him, he catches one more big one here towards the end, I got Bill Lowen.
Kyle, we talk about the 5 or 6 anglers right now in the top 10 who are within a decent fish of being able to win this event. Bill Lowen, longtime Elite Series pro, 20th year of the Elites, getting maybe possibly a second Elite win. Shakur, another Elite win under his belt, such a young career. Shane LeHew, maybe his first one. John Garrett, his second one in 2 years. Things like that. Have you talked or seen the vibe of these anglers behind the tanks? Which one would mean more? Obviously, LeHew getting his first maybe means more, but Lowen, with the up and down last couple of years he's had, this would mean a whole lot to him as well.
Ronnie, it's great to hear from you. It's much less nerve-wracking getting a question from you than Rick Clunn a couple of days ago. I got to say that off the jump. But great question. I don't know. You know, Rick, I mean, Bill Lowen obviously had such a tough year last year. You know, that's hard on an angler. And to come out first event of the 2025 season, have an opportunity to win. He seems so mellow, you know, this morning at the dock at takeoff. He just seems so happy to be there one way or another. You know, he's super thankful that he was able to have a great tournament here. But you could tell there was just something there that he was, you know, he didn't want to start talking about getting a win. You know, that's obviously like the kiss of death. But you could tell it would mean a lot for him to get his second blue trophy, especially right after, you know, just a tough year in 2024.
Kyle, we saw John Garrett lead what has been the sweetest spot of the entire tournament in terms of a single-day catch. Just decide to pick up and leave. Did that surprise you a little bit? Did you think he might like last out the whole day there? Did him leaving that early, did that give you pause?
A little bit. You know, obviously it's hard to see what he's seeing. I haven't got to hear from him a lot on live. Obviously watched as much as possible and seen what we, you know, got to witness on a halftime show. But it did surprise me a little bit. You know, the fact that he was able to get those 2 really key bites early and what he said yesterday at weigh-in, I think is what gave me maybe the most pause about that move, was the fact that he saw so many fish there yesterday. You could tell he definitely saved a lot of them, at least in his mind, that, you know, there was going to be a number of fish there this morning. Certainly appeared to be the case early, but I would say I'm a little surprised just because, you know, laying up for, you know, a decent bag and then not winning, it would be really hard to look back on that decision and leave. But also, you know, if he's not seeing a lot of fish on his electronics and he's not getting bit, I can understand the move on that part as well. So, Tommy, I would say a little surprised, you know, for sure.
And Shakur, who dropped, bailed out of his first day spot where he led the tournament, left it alone for 2 days. He's now going to bookend it by trying to finish it up right there. What do you think of that?
That's something, you know, we hit on yesterday when we did this hit was, Jay Shakur, what he's done this week to me is really, really impressive. To start the tournament down there in Salt Springs, lead after day one, be able to salvage what he did on day two when things were looking, terrible in that area, was able to go to the canal deal, obviously fishing for fry garters that appeared most of the time, and then to go back. The weather started to get much warmer yesterday. Today it's been super warm, sunny. And Dave and I talked about on the halftime show numerous times was the fact that if he goes back there, you really never know what's going to happen because none of the anglers in the top 10, at least that I know of, were fishing in that area. So let's say some of those fish pulled up in that, Salt Springs area and he was able to capitalize on that bite again like he did on day one. That could have been a massive move, and we'll see how he ends the day.
Kyle, thank you so much. Your partner Dave Mercer likes it when no one knows exactly what the outcome is going to be when we head into the weigh-in. I think his wish is going to be coming true today because we are going to be kind of hard-pressed to figure out a winner, Davey Height.
Yeah, I think it'll be a toss-up, it looks like. I mean, because these guys are always a little bit off on their bass track, and it's down to the last fish, and it'll be tough. I mean, we heard Rick Clunn say, and Brian New said the same thing, that one of the times that Rick won and then Brian New, he won, caught one of his biggest fish just stopping right close to takeoff before they went in. So one of these 3 or 4 guys, maybe even 5 of them are in contention to have a last-minute catch to win the event.
Well, it'd be one of these 2 guys right here. They're the top 2, Bill Lowen and Jay Shakur.
What's it say about this fishery in this specific area, the Salt Springs region? If Jay Shakur was to win and have his whole day one, maybe just a 3-pounder on day 2 come from there, and then 2 key fish, maybe 3 key fish from here this afternoon, that no one is taking Salt Springs seriously. Last year, it was just Corey, Caleb, and Keoya, and Chris. And then this year, relatively no one else, other than Jay, really leaning on it as many days as he has. Something to think about, going forward. Like, there'll be 85 guys there next time.
I think there were 95 there in practice.
Yeah. Just checking.
All of them
just making sure.
Yeah, that's probably right. Well, let's take a look at the leaderboard right now and just see how close things are. And they are certainly close, especially with the nature of the size of the fish in the St. Johns River. Bill Lowen on top with 72 pounds and go all the way down to Corey Johnston. Hey, that's a 6-pound plus spread between the top 6 spots right there. That is 1 swing of the rod here. Bill Lowen still short of a limit. John Garrett short of a limit as well. He could make a bigger splash with a big one brought into the boat right now. So we are far from having this one decided. This is a horse race, and we're getting ready to head into the home stretch. The FXR Bassmaster Elite, St. Johns River, Palatka, Florida, kicking off a 9-event season for the Bassmaster Elite Series 2025, and our live coverage is sponsored by Humminbird. And we also want to give a tip of the hat, many big time mega kudos to our Putnam County hosts there, Palatka and Putnam County. It's a great bass fishing savvy community, and they're big on volunteerism and doing all the things it takes to make a big event like this with a lot of moving parts come off without a hitch. And every year that site looks improved and more exciting, more inviting. They just really look after this special place down here, and we're thankful for the opportunity to come here so many years. The 10th year for the Elite Series and the 20 years of its existence.
And at least recent years, quite a ways back, actually, probably the last 10 years, the times that we've been here, it's always won in a different place with a different technique. It really is.
Yeah. I mean, think about 11 with I think Edwin. 12 was Alton.
Crescent, yeah.
And then you had 4 or 14 with Chris Lane way south as far as we've ever been. And then you've got 16 with Clun, 19 with Clun.
Mueller.
20 was Mueller up north. New was at the bottom of George.
Yeah.
Cruz was both River and Rodman. Yeah. And then Corey, obviously, just Salt Springs and that one stretch.
It's really been a different place every time. The 2 Clun wins were more similar than any of those others.
Yeah. But the fishery changed between those 2 events. 16 to 19, that was where the fishery changed because there was not nearly the amount of dollar pads. They only had a little bit of cover. That when they did get that warming trend in 19, they could only go to the reed heads. They could only go to the dock, you know. And then we always see it hasn't been one in Crescent. Or no, it has been. What in?
Evers was
Crescent.
Yes.
And since then, no one's won in Crescent, but there's always seemingly somebody in the top 10.
Something going on there.
Last year with the shad spawn, 4 of them were in there. It was great to see that mixed in.
You gotta go.
Gotta go.
Oh, Jay.
2 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm
local
missing
time.
about some of them only having 15 or 20 minutes. He's got a big old idle minimum wake for a long ways.
Bill's just got to get a limit. He's just got to get a 5th one. Can't come in with 4. This feels like Winyah Bay, where Scott Canterbury had a big day and had a long run. Stetson needed that extra hour while his competition was running to catch the final keeper, you know.
Be very interesting in the last, not right now, but in the last 30 minutes, if he ventures a little farther back or something, just moves a little bit. The only time I've seen him punch in 3 days, I guess, the 3 days that we've had a camera with him, he caught a 5.5 pounder. I mean, literally the only time I've seen him with a big weight.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of it in the area that he has fished. When you get a little further in the creek, I think there's more of those mass.
This currently right now, whether it's Jay Shakur because he's a little bit low or whether Bill Lowen is in the lead right now with what he currently has, would be the lowest weight for a St. Johns River win for a full competition. You know, Mueller's win would have been the lowest weight even 4 days because it was only 15 pounds a day, 16 pounds a day to win that tournament. But 75.4 for Cruz, 75.9 for Jones. We've had 3 tournaments out of our 9 with over 90 pounds, and the rest under 80 except for 1. So we've only had 1 tournament in the 80s.
This was an extreme weather event to start this thing. It was just, it's down in the 30s. I mean, we think it's cold when we start in the low 50s here, but down in the 30s, that's a different animal.
And it wasn't just temps. It was wind from the north, 15 from the north 2 days. I think it was northwest and northeast. It's like I needed to turn one way or the other a little more.
Northwest on day 1, northeast on day 2. That's right.
They're looking at alligators.
Davey, besides the obvious of please give me one more bite, what's got to be going through Bill Lowen's mind?
Over and over again, catch my limit. You know, it's always one more bite, whether you caught 4 or 24. You know, every fisherman, every tournament angler wants one more bite. But honestly, I've got to catch a limit, I think, is what he's got going on in his head right now.
You don't want to leave any meat on the bone.
With 9.5 in his live well or his bass track, you think he's not thinking his chances are that great right now, or
again
with his lead?
I think he is probably saying to himself, "I've got to at least catch my 5th one, even if it's a 1.5 pounds." I think and that's where I would be. You've got to catch the 5th one.
He started day 5-4 ahead of Garrett, who's only got 2 fish still, and he's moved on. Shakur was 9-5 back. LeHew was 10-5 back, and both those guys have really caught him today, Shakur and LeHew.
Yeah, a little kayak fishing going on here, as you would expect here. A big fishery like this. In the big St. Johns River, you know, kayak fishing gaining momentum, gaining in popularity. The Bassmaster version of it getting bigger and more well attended each and every year. Just finished a big tournament recently at Kissimmee Lake to get the season started after one at Lake Havasu. Upcoming Dale Hollow, 10 Killer, Lake Champlain, and also Toledo Bend in the schedule this year for the Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series. So check out on Bassmaster.com everything that's going on here, your opportunities. Something you might want to get involved with. A great way to be a gateway to competitive bass fishing. Hit the QR code right there. And of course, as we remind you, they say it's coming. College Kayak Series is on the way.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Bassmaster Live at the FXR Bassmaster Elite. First stop of the year, St. Johns River for the Bassmaster Elite Series. And we are getting down to it. We have getting near the end of 4 days of tough competition here, challenging fishing, and some big fish that are making big differences right now, so much so that we have got 6 anglers, maybe even more, with a shot at winning this thing with very little time left in our day. So let's take a look now at some of the stuff. We have seen a lot on the course of this day. Let's get started with our Toyota Midday Report. And we kick it off with John Garrett, who had the biggest day yesterday, over 31 pounds. He found the sweetest spot on the lake as far as a one-day catch goes.
Absolutely did. 31 pounds, John Garrett. Rick Clunn sat here with us for 3 days, and he kept thinking, or saying to us, I can't think of where the 30-pound stringer might come from this week. I just can't see any place that, well, we hadn't seen this place. John Garrett had never seen this place. I think he uncovered a secret that is so hard to find nowadays. But here's the big deal. Made a little mistake yesterday, had a 30-minute in the box penalty this morning, which got him down there a little later. His first bite, he broke off a real big one. He only put 2 in the boat. And if you look, John Garrett doesn't really think he's got a chance. The one he broke off could have been a winning fish, absolutely. And he can catch a 6 or 7 pounder and still potentially win this tournament because he's only got a couple fish.
Yeah, his next 3 fish are going directly to the bottom line. Shane LeHew, we've been seeing a lot of him because he's done such a great job this week of staying right there, 4th, 5th, 6th place.
Yeah, Tommy, you absolutely got to believe if you do what Shane has been doing all week, jerk bait in these canals, looking for fish with his live scope, that sort of thing, you're going to run across a big fish or 2. He had not done that, but he had been so consistent, 17, 18 pounds every day, catching a lot of 3-pounders, and a little over, I think until today, his biggest fish was just a hair over 4 pounds, maybe 4 1/4, but today he caught a bigger fish, about a 4 1/2 or a 5, and then he came across this 7-pounder on the bed, which is a game changer. Which certainly, this is the male that he caught right after the big one, but he caught a 7-pounder, and he is right there. One of the anglers.
There's the 7-pounder.
There's the 7-pounder. Certainly. Could have the winning weight already in his live well if things don't change. It's too close. So you get 3 anglers within 15 ounces of one another.
Oh my gosh.
Who knows?
Yeah, that's well within the margin of error.
And their floor,
system.
Davey, Tommy, with those canal fish, those small ones that they may just catch numbers of, are still 2 to 2.5 pounds, where Lowen's smallest are all less than that. They're all a pound, pound and a quarter.
Jay Shakur at the day 1 leader. What he had going on day number 1 dropped out completely. He has had to improvise day 2 and day 3 and did a great job of it.
Yeah, you know, whether he wins this event or finishes 3rd or 4th, I think that's about as low as he's probably going to be unless something crazy happens here in the last hour. Jay Shakur has once again had a great tournament. He started off with the lead and you say, well, that's a great tournament. To me, I was most impressed the second day. He went back to the Springs area where he caught most of his weight the first day. 3 hours in, he had not, I don't think he'd had a bite. I know he didn't have a fish in the live well. he mixed it up, went into the canals, fishing very similar to what we see Gerald Swindle doing, what we see Shane LeHew do a lot. A jerk bait, a lot of these fish, most of them fry garters, and he has been able to put a solid limit in the boat the last 2 days. Today went there first to do that, got a solid limit in his boat, and went back. You see right here, the Salt Spring area where he caught most of his weight the first day, and boy, it didn't take him long to put his biggest fish in the boat. And we thought, wow, he's still got another hour in there, but he just left, didn't catch another good one there. Likely will have to catch one close to takeoff to have a chance.
All right. Well, Bill Lowen had the lead after day 2. After day 3 as well, came into this morning with a 5-pound-plus lead. But he knew that his tide situation was going to be changed, and he had to do a little bit of swapping around at the start of the day, and it's been a very slow start for him.
Very slow start for him. I mentioned yesterday that it's really shaping up to be like as old school as you can get, and I don't mean that Bill Lowen is old. I'm talking about a black-blue jig. As far back as you can think in tournament fishing, even back when it was black-blue and it was pork rind as your trailer, and not the Zoom chunk like he's using now. But a black-blue jig, pitching it to wood and vegetation versus something very, very new on the Bassmaster Elite Series, using forward-facing to find fry garters 5, 6, 7 feet deep, and targeting those fish. So you've got second and third place doing that a lot of their tournament, and first place unofficially, as old school as you can get, Bill Lowen with a jig in his hand the entire tournament.
It's been miserable. Got one good one, 3 little tiny ones. Just lost a really good one, which would have given me 5. It's just been a grind. I have not been able to get a bite all day. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Oop. Just one of them days. I don't even know why that big one that I just had on come off, but sometimes they just come off. Ain't nothing you can do about it, but it has been a miserable afternoon for sure. You know, I was excited about that tide getting right, and they ought to be biting, and they're not. Or at least they're not biting what I'm doing. I don't know. It has just been one of them days. It's been one of them days is all I can say.
You're going to pick up the big rod. Oh. Yep. That's what I was hoping he would do.
I know that wood with that little bit of grass right there, or a little bit of hyacinth.
So, Tommy, Ronnie, do you think John Garrett would have left if he knew that he really only needed one more 5.5 pounds?
No way.
I don't think so either.
No.
That's what I love about this, though, is that you don't know the score, and this is their true instincts of trying to survive or doubting themselves. I'm out of the game, and you only need a 5-pounder to be back. So you're right there. You're right there.
Yeah.
And the format that we do. Bill Lowen could have a terrible day. He could have 0 right now. His last 5 casts, he could still win the tournament.
Yep.
Like you can still stick to your guns all day long, and your last 5 casts can win you the tournament.
It's happened before.
I was trying to think, Davey, when's the last time we had someone win an elite that incorporated punching for a couple big, I mean, even places we go before forward-facing sonar, it was like we haven't had a great punching bite. But we've seen more punching fish from Brock and
something maybe
Bill
Chickamauga or someplace like that.
He's like it.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, I know.
Because that was when Livesey won Chickamauga in the fall.
There was
that
some
was
of it
frogging.
going on.
It was frogging.
Yeah,
but
that was frogging.
But it didn't win.
Yeah.
Punching, though, I've said this, and I love to do it. I've caught some big ones in tournaments. I've never won a major, a professional tournament just punching. But it's therapeutic. It's just like that big weight, that 65-pound line.
That's okay.
You're just feeling good when you do it, and all of a sudden it's like, heck, it's time to go in, and I got nothing.
We've
Very little
down
in the live well.
area. We made our long run back. I've caught pretty much what I thought I could catch down there. Like, I didn't know how many more big males was left. And I've caught a baseline of what I think I need, 13 or 14 pounds. I come back up the lake. I'm on the fish pads for the last hour, swimming a jig real slow and try to trigger 1 or 2 big bites. The pad bite's been real inconsistent, but when you get one, it can be a big one. So I'm gonna just make a minor adjustment. I probably could have stayed down there and might have caught another 3-pounder, but at this point, I think I need a big fish to make a jump in the standings, so we're gonna fish for a big one. And we're gonna get him. And we're up here kicking up mud, son.
Dave, you
like
said
the
it's
black boys used to sing, kicking up mud.
You said it's therapeutic. Also, punching for 4 straight days becomes orthopedic at the end of the time with that elbow and arm.
Yeah, a lot of weight, a lot of stress. Take a look at Gerald Swindle's day here. Started out, he caught him pretty steady through the morning.
He did. Went to the canals and did exactly what he said he was going to do and what he'd been doing all 3 days prior to today. I'm throwing a jerk bait, and I think he said a Zoom fluke stick. We haven't seen much of that today. Primarily a jerk bait in these canals catching fry garters. 3 of our top 10, that's been their main deal for most of the tournament.
We're on the board. Hey, we're just making a little TV.
I'm sure there's some of the elite pros that aren't fishing today watching this saying, dang, I can't believe they did that.
Yeah. I mean, that's
and
a decade ago. Would you have ever thought that would be,
no,
a thing?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I got a little help. Kenny sent me a DM, said Caleb Kufall, Gunnersville, 2021. He was.
Oh, that's right.
Punching on the main river.
Wasn't much punching.
No, but it was. I said I didn't say exclusively, but I said yes. I said where it factored at least a couple big fish of it. Yeah.
Well, we are running out of time here. Very soon we will enter the final hour of designated fishing, but of course, a lot of our anglers are having to start making their way back very, very soon, much sooner than that. Bill Lowen, 72 pounds, 15 ounces ahead of Jay Shakur, just by ounces. It's so close there at the top with Shane LeHew as well. Drop down a little bit to John Garrett, Brock Mosley, Corey Johnson, who could all put themselves right there in that top tier with one fish, a single fish, and there's time. Into the final hour of fishing for some of our anglers, like Brock Mosley here. We may be done with our fishing, at least at our primary locations today. A lot of time for a lot of them to head home. St. John's River is a big place, and traveling around can be complicated with a lot of different speed requirements and regulations that you have to obey here. Next week, we're staying in Florida. That is for sure. We're going to the Big O, biggest body of water within the state of Florida, Lake Okachobee. Always a lot of thrills and adventures. We were there a couple of years ago, and Tyler Rivette figuring out something completely different. Who's going to do it this time? Will it be one of those heavily populated areas where we'll find big groups of anglers, or will somebody break away? Do something that surprises us all.
Whitaker right now making his way through the 2nd largest lake in Florida, and we're going to go to the biggest.
That's right.
Next week.
Good call there.
Set some Opens records there last year, Scott Martin.
Yeah, rewrote the Opens record book for sure.
We were talking about punching. We've had a punching win there. For the most part.
That was the most consistent lake that we've gone to over the last 20 years. That punching was always a player.
Yeah.
Dave, you want to get a little preview of it? We got rain all day tomorrow over Okachobee, then some storms early Tuesday. The rest of the week, it's going to be near 80. A little bit of wind, 10, 12 miles an hour on some days.
I think we're going to see some big stringers. I think it'll be really good. The weather is trending up. You know, had we had this weather that we've had here at the St. John's, I think it could have been a very, very tough tournament. A lot of, from what I've heard, the numbers are down, but it seems to be more 10, 11-pound class fish caught this spring than there had. I say spring, it's still late winter, technically, than there has been in the last 3 or 4 years.
Scott Martin has been talking it up at the weigh-ins. They've seen a lot of 10-pounders caught recently.
And he said, I mean, just in general, the lake's been so high that now there's progress being made to invest in the lake itself, for one, to get the water levels a little bit lower so that the grass that does emerge has the chance to grow and thrive, because when it's too high, even though it needs water that sunlight doesn't let it grow as good. And then getting it low sometimes can help control vegetation as well, make it bloom in some areas.
We didn't talk much about the efforts here on the St. John's to replant a bunch of the eelgrass. David Brown, I think, did a really good story a while ago on Joe Baylog, who's helping that effort, and we've seen photos of the fenced-in areas of the eelgrass taken off.
It's not as easy as just planting it, because manatees will eat it as quick as it's planted.
High water.
Yeah, and high water as well affects it, but because they did have 2 hurricanes come in and
rip it all out,
dump water in this past year, or at least not let it flow out.
Be honest with you, I've been thinking all day, Bill's got plenty of time, but the clock is ticking.
Yeah, he's got maybe 15, 20 minutes.
He doesn't have plenty of time now. He needs to catch his 5th one.
Yeah.
I mean, a 1-pounder would go a long way for Bill Lowen.
It would help him. No doubt about that.
I just want to scream.
John Garrett was using baits bigger than that a few hours ago.
Earlier, yeah.
Former elite Kyle Monty said Okachobee should be wild with how it's been fishing lately.
Still looking for a fish to get in our all-time top 10 B.A.S.S. big fish. Got to be 12-1 or over to break the top 10. Maybe Okachobee.
Maybe Okachobee. Or maybe John Garrett. He's catching them bigger every cast.
Got a little ways to go, but I mean, going in the right direction.
That's right.
Boy, who would have thought after yesterday he would have 2 fish at this point in the day?
There's so many tournaments over the years that someone had a chance to win had they not broke off a fish, but John Garrett's first bite this morning, gosh, it looked like a great old big one.
Another striper.
Here we go. If this one's even bigger than the last.
Oh, no, it's not.
Oh, he's even right species now.
I think he's 12 inches.
Wow.
But he might be.
Well, let's measure him.
Every 12-incher you catch, that means you don't have to catch a 6-pounder. You can either catch a 5 or a 4.
That's right.
Wow.
Not gonna make it.
Do what? Just trying to catch me a couple of keepers. Just caught one barely short. It was 11 and a half or something. I ain't got much time to fish. Still pretty good ways from the ramp too.
God almighty. Take it easy, brother.
He got him too.
Yeah, he's a Osprey knows where they're at.
It was a nice one.
This is the run ahead of John Garrett here, and it's not just the distance, but also all the regulations you have to follow and the reduced speed areas, no wake areas, and things like that. Maybe not too many between him now.
He's
right now in the takeoff.
Yeah, he's
just that one.
He's on
just
the
that
north side
of
that.
the lake. Yeah.
Nope, striper.
Clifford Perch posted a
Just need
video.
bass that size. Come on now.
Mega school he found on the St. Johns River. A bunch of 8-pound striper in practice, and he said, Well, I know John Garrett eagerly wants to fill his limit. You never want to come in with less than your minimum limit if you want to win an Elite Series event. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and we talk about Dave Mercer liking the weigh-in to be unknown who's going to win. We don't know if it's Bill Lowen right now, if he's going to catch a fifth keeper, if Jay Shakur has more, maybe Shane LeHew, highly underestimated. We're not quite sure. Maybe John Garrett has that afternoon flurry. But I do know there are some big-time implications when it comes to Falcon rods drain the lake, because the top 3 or 4 teams all have different competitors that could win this event and get double points. If you pick the winner in Drain the Lake, you get double points for your roster. And so the big deal is I think the top 2 teams in Drain the Lake right now both have Jay Shakur on their team. Teams 3 and 4 both have Bill Lowen on their team. And so a guy like Shane LeHew, you could be 50th right now in Drain the Lake. And if you have Shane LeHew, double points could put you in the top of the winning deal. Here's how my team went. Full transparency, Davey. I didn't change these up. This is actual truth. I picked my whole roster for the year like we talk about, Tommy. All 80 anglers that fill your 10-event deal before the season started. Overall, pretty good. I got one fishing today, John Cox. Got a couple guys in the 20s, couple guys in the 40s. Only 2 anglers missed the cut this week. Tyler Rivette, I think 72nd. But of course, Tommy, I told you, if I pick someone in the top 10, I always get someone in the bottom 10. And I did one even worse this week. Matty Wong had a good event here in the past. One fish this week, last place. That's a killer, but we're still sitting around 89%, almost 90% for Drain the Lake. So if I can get out of St. John's in the top, 90%, I'll take it going into Okachobee. But there's some hindsight there. Maybe you save Matty Wong for Lake Fork because he did so well last year, even though it's a different time of the year. Maybe one of the rivers coming up will actually be more favorable to him. Maybe I use Tyler Rivette a little early. Maybe he will just be chalk at Okachobee, and they'll go with it there. Or maybe the Sabine close to home. So we'll see. No regrets, though. No regrets.
No regrets.
We just move on.
I would say some people pick Jay Shakur for this.
I know.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's
crazy.
You can, knowing him, you can pick him for anywhere. Yeah, anywhere we go, you might as well pick Jay Shakur. If you're going to burn him early when you're not expecting it. Bill Lowen, though, the man on top by a shade, just a hair ahead of Jay Shakur. Shane LeHew right up there as well. Garrett Mosley not out of it yet. Hope you're having a great Sunday. We are here at Championship Sunday, the FXR ProFish Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River at this point in the game. Well, most of our anglers are on their way back or near Palatka here, are getting ready to strap down and start that trip. Bill Lowen is the man. He may be still fishing right now, but he will have to wrap it up very quickly here where he is right now. And he's the man with the lead just by ounces, and this is all estimated right here. Him, Jay Shakur, Shane LeHew, sort of in a statistical tie as it stands right now. Who catches the last fish may decide the whole thing. Bill Lowen still one fish away from the limit, though, so whatever he catches will go right to his bottom line. If he could somehow manage to get one before he checks in, could help his cause a lot. John Garrett, Brock Mosley, and Corey Johnston, they're in a position where they'll need to catch one, a good one, in order to get to be part of that conversation.
Garrett's another angler. Whatever he catch will go right to his bottom line. So
actually, his next 3. Now, here we go.
Oh.
Garrett sitting 5 pounds, 1 ounce behind our leader, Lowen.
Tommy, I'm going to bet that yesterday at 2:34, John Garrett would have never dreamed he'd be measuring one, hoping that it's barely a 12-incher to have his third keeper for the day. Holy
This
cow.
business can be cruel, can it? Oh, my.
What a difference a day can make.
Oh.
So close. Oh, that was a freaking bass. Gosh dang it. That was a bass.
What's even crazier, guys, is that John Garrett really spent yesterday on that spot, and it didn't carry him for more than, 7 fish. And so he's had to change gears like Jay Shakur so much to win an event. And that's one of those things. It's like somebody doing something different every day of it, almost like the classic where Cody Huff almost won it, doing something every single day differently, trying to win.
LeHew caught a giant about an hour and a half ago, a couple hours ago, that put him right near the very top there, changed his fortunes. He and Shakur both have limits. Bill Lowen again, 1 to a limit.
Hooked up again.
There we go.
That's a keeper.
Third fish.
Saying, keep me in the mix. Keep me in the mix.
That's John saying,
long to fish.
Why did I take an hour to tie on a
actually.
Carolina rig earlier? It took so long. I need that time now.
I think with Lowen, Shakur, and LeHew, even John Garrett, those weights are probably not spot on, but I think they're all, as usual, maybe just a little shy. I think they really are that close. I think those 3 guys are within a pound.
And they all weigh them. They've all weighed them.
Yeah, they all do.
Bill can't be that far off. He told us 6 3/4 for his big one, and the rest of them are 3/4 of a pound to a pound and a quarter, really.
I think Shakur and LeHew, with their 18-plus bags, have a little more leeway for being a little bit more under.
But I think Shakur had 24 on day 1, and it was 24, 25. Like, I don't think he was, he was on Bass Track up there.
I truly think they're all within a pound.
I think I was getting a hot dog at the concession stand, and I looked at Bass Track and saw he had 24 or something. 23, I don't know.
Bill Lowen without a limit.
22 on Bass Track, Ronnie. He had an 8 and a 6, and both of them were bigger. A little different than 24, 13, 15.
Go ahead, Tommy.
I don't think so.
I think it is.
That's the bass, though. It might be long enough. I don't know.
A little short.
Nope. All right, baby.
I've had people say, wow, how can you tell? Because I've caught a lot of 11.5-inch bass.
Probably more than any other length, right?
Right.
Yeah,
At least where the limit's 12.
Yeah,
well, with 14, I catch 13 and a half.
Yeah, exactly.
2 3/4.
You wonder how they get to the limit. It's like, hey, just go out there and catch fish and tell us what number you're close to, and we'll do with the one bigger than that.
Say Bill's going to fish 5 more minutes, maybe.
I figure he's at the end of that dark point up on the right, and that's it.
I think he needs to at least make one more cast punching, maybe.
He's at the wrong end of the creek, I'm afraid, for the mats. I think he's headed out, and very few mats out towards that mat. Oh, I think I see one up there, though. Could be the one.
God, he freaking missed it. Ugh. I hope you all get ate by a blue heron.
Just knowing Bill, that's his version of cussing a fish out is, I hope you get eaten by a blue heron. That's how nice he is.
It's been fun.
Get there, go. Punch it one more
That's what
punch.
I said. I mean, I've fished up here for years, and it's like, this is over.
Well, it's not over for Bill Lowen, but I bet in his mind he thinks it's done. He has missed his opportunity.
Yeah, he could still win. He might be our winner.
He could still win. Could be our winner.
Hey,
you're right. He thinks he didn't do it.
You got to pull into that little bitty cut right beside the bridge across from takeoff and fish that one little bitty cut.
And get DQ for fishing inside the off limits.
No. Across there.
I'm just trying to catch a big one somehow. Got 20 minutes left. I'm probably 10 minutes from the ramp. Catching a few, yeah. But trying to get to this little stretch here I didn't fish yesterday. See if we can't get lucky and catch one big one before we go in. Feel like I'm still like 2 big bites away from having any shot whatsoever. But you never know. We're gonna keep fishing and hoping for the best. It's been a good day overall, though. I've gotten pretty fortunate with what's happened so far today. I wish I would have caught a couple more of those 3-somethings like I've been catching. I don't think I've weighed in one under 3 pounds in the last 3 days, but they've all just been the same, and today was obviously a lot tougher from what you guys saw and what I saw with those fry garters. They were just super hard to catch. They got really smart, and I got hung up in that one canal way too long, but I was seeing so many, and some of them were better than average fish. I could tell on the live scope that a couple of them were pretty big, so it just didn't work out quite as perfectly as I hoped. I figured, catch 16 to 18 pounds like I have been early, and then go sight fishing, and which I did and caught that big one. And I just didn't catch the 17 pounds before I caught that one. So, but overall, I'm happy with the tournament so far.
Well, Shane LeHew has done great work today. I will say that. That is for sure. He's disappointed about it, but all in all, he's put together a great effort.
Yeah, you mentioned it earlier, Ronnie, that it's great for these anglers not to know what other anglers have done. He seems a little disappointed because he didn't catch that 16 or 17 pounds as easily in the canals like you see him doing here, the way he's done for the last 3 days. But if he only knew how disappointed it would be to catch 31 pounds yesterday and only have 2 fish in the live well when you left that spot today. So Shane LeHew has certainly had a good tournament. He may be the winner of this tournament. I think it's going to be that close.
Could happen.
Absolutely. He's been so consistent, catching just good, like he said, 17, 18 pounds, 3 and 4 pounders at a time. But this fish that he catches, this is the male, then he catches the female. If he holds a blue trophy, his first blue trophy over his head this afternoon, it will be because he finally saw a big female St. John's River bass and was able to put it in the boat.
No, come here, big girl. Yeah.
Yes. Of our guys fighting for the win, Tommy, Lowen, Shakur, LeHew, Garrett, Mosley, Johnston. Of the top 6, LeHew's the only one without an elite trophy right now.
Yeah, that's right.
My heart rate's got to be in there.
Well, he's going to be our marathon peak performance. Did a great job the past 2 days changing conditions, and he's always been there between 4th, 6th, right in that area. And of course, he lays down the Phoenix Big Bass leader for today, the 7-pound.
Yeah, absolutely, that 7-pounder. If he holds the blue trophy over his head, it'll be credit to that 7-pounder. If he does not, and it's on his mind right now, he has not weighed in a 2-pounder all week. And right now, even though it's a marathon peak performance 5-fish limit, he has a 2.6 and a 2.4.
Great showing here at the St. Johns River to kick his year off for 2025. Shane LeHew from North Carolina. Hard-working guy, always gives us lots of information too. I mean, he more than we ask for, he delivers it, and that's what we want.
He does that. He really does. You know, the fry garters and what he was doing this week, he laid it all out, telling the whole world exactly what he's doing.
Bill Lowen just a shade ahead of Jay Shakur and Shane LeHew as well. All of them still in this thing. They're going to be going down to the last minute. Getting right down to the end of it at the FXR Pro Fish Bassmaster Elite Championship Sunday on the St. Johns River, Palatka, Florida. Live coverage sponsored by Humminbird. So many folks to thank in this great community down here who always welcome us with open arms and provide great crowds. A lot of fishing, knowledgeable bass fishing people to come and cheer on these anglers, and it means a lot to them. They certainly appreciate the folks here in this special part of the Sunshine State of Florida. Let's take a look at how our anglers are now starting to tighten up, right, Davey? They are getting close to the point where they're going to have to put the boat up and
No, I know what's
going
to be said. Somebody's gonna screenshot this and be like, "Look how close the elites are fishing together at the St. John's. This is ridiculous."
Oh, I was gonna do that when I'll learn how to screenshot.
Not today, at least. But that's fishing. We did some running around today and did not find us some big ones. But that's how she goes. We got just a couple minutes and then we got to go. 250.
All right. Well, the pad bite, it wasn't there, okay, so we're not mad at them. But, you know, I'm no Denny Breyer in them pads, but I'm really close. But, you know, didn't get any bites. I got a shell bar right here. I got about 10 minutes. Got a lot of bait on it. It's right out in front of the ramp. So it could be one of them places that some of the release fish gathered back up at. So I'm not pissed about my day. I did caught what I thought I could catch. I knew it was going to need, you know, a couple of lucky bites. I got to catch a 6 or 7 pound female in there. It seemed a little bit tougher. So, you know, all you can do is have a game plan to execute it and you just get out fished. You know, a couple of guys sacked them up really good, and I'm pulling, you know, I can't help but pull my heart out for Bill Lowen. I mean, how can you not like that guy and his family? So, you know, I ain't got nothing against John Garrett. Would love to see him win. But I'm pulling deep down inside. I'm pulling for Bill Lowen, and I'll wait to get in there and see if he got it done today. You know, and maybe next week at Okachobee I'll have a chance to make a run at one. But certain tournaments you just have to understand what you was on, what you was capable of catching, and what you caught.
I think last time we were at Okachobee, Swindle was in the top 10. So he's probably feeling good that he
that's right.
That he got off to a good start this year for AOY in his quest to make the Classic. And
I'm seeing a lot of fish out here on these bars, and they could be. You know, I've caught reds and everything else out here, so everything you see out here is not bass. They're white bass, but could be old pouty lips.
Shane LeHew's got a 2.4 and a 2.6 in his live well. So what a 2-pounder could do for, I mean, what a 3-pounder could do for him. My goodness.
I mean, you think about Bill's story. If Bill gave himself a few minutes, and if he caught his 5th keeper just on it, you know, right before the off limits, the amount of relief that would give him and how big it actually would be in this tournament, you know.
Yep. We fished hard today. We fished how I thought I needed to win, and didn't give myself enough time to catch a limit up here. But oh well, good tournament and good points, good start to the year. So
John Garrett with a great year last year. I think he finished about 8th place, Angler of the Year points.
Like 7th in Rookie of the Year. Not really, but like basically, you know, how good the rookies were last year.
all right, time to roll. We gave her a good try. Came up.
So Gerald made a good point. I think everyone can't help but pull for Bill Lowen and his family. But I think it'd be cool to see Shane LeHew hold his first trophy over his head.
It would be, yeah. Young man who's put his time in. He's got himself a century belt. Love to have a blue trophy to go up next to that. Okay, Shakur got it all wrapped up for the day. Went down to the Salt Springs where he did big time damage on day number 1. Had the lead and just couldn't get it going again. Caught 1. And we thought he was off to the races, and it just did not pan out after that.
We thought he needed to catch 2 before he ever caught that 1, and he went there and caught that 1 really quick. It's like, oh, okay.
Oh, it's going to happen, but it didn't.
That kid is so good.
Oh, my gosh.
Grows up on a tough river in Wisconsin. His dad, you know, obviously Sturgeon Bay and those areas, walleye fishing. But whether it's a tidal river that's tough or a Grand Lake when it's winter or it's wherever, smallmouth, Jay Shakur, it's just, I mean, he's going to be very good for plenty of years.
Oh.
You could see he just looked at his phone. He's already checked in, obviously. He looked at his phone and totally changed his expression on his face. He realizes that he's that close.
He might be the guy.
Yeah. But it seemed more at the moment like disappointment that he, you know, thought he didn't have a chance, and now he had a chance but might not win.
3 within a pound, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, didn't turn out like we wanted to. It was one of those days that you don't want to have. You know, typically for me on the St. John's, I have one of those days, and fortunately it was today and not, you know, the last 3 days. I had 2 little areas I was saving, hoping that, you know, maybe could pull a rabbit out of my hat, and I went to them this morning, and the water temperature was 54 degrees in there. And everyone in fishes in Florida knows that that's not a good scenario to be in. So I went back to my primary area, and I just grinded, man. It was really hard for me to get a bite today. I lost my 5th fish. I think I lost him 3 times, and one of the ones I lost was a really good one, probably one of them 4 or 5 pound class fish. So I don't know. I went and did what I thought I needed to do, and sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't. And unfortunately today it did not work out. So we're going to go in here, we're going to weigh these fish in, we're going to congratulate the winner, and we're going to get everything loaded up and head to Lake Okachobee.
Day 4 here at the St. John's Championship Sunday. Awesome to make it the first tournament of the year. I've had some struggles in Florida, so it's really nice to get off to a hot start. Had a good day. I wouldn't say great. They got a little harder to catch, and I don't know if it was warmer weather. A lot of those fry garters were actually out a little deeper and sitting on the bottom. You know, I think I was catching a lot more on that jerk bait. It was kind of cloudy the first few mornings,
and I had them sitting up a little higher in that stuff, and they were really sucked to the bottom today. I didn't get those, good quality like 3.5, 3 3/4 pound bites that I got the first 3 days doing that. That's pretty much what I weighed in, all 3 days in a row. I would have all 3 1/4 to 4 pounders, and it just didn't work out. I got in one canal and they were everywhere, and I kind of got sucked in there just because, like I said, they were literally everywhere. I mean, I saw hundreds. But we made a little adjustment. Went and looked at a bed from practice that had a 2-pounder on it, and 2 new ones pulled up on it and had a 3 and a 7 on it, and I caught them both. So that salvaged my day for sure. I'm happy to get the year started like that, and hopefully we can continue the momentum on to Okachobee.
Well put there, Shane LeHew. Great tournament for him. There's no doubt about that. Very maybe the most consistent score-wise through this entire tournament here. No ups or downs for him. Just straight ahead achievement each and every one of the 4 days.
Bill Lowen said he was going to congratulate the winner and put it on the trailer. Do you think he'll say good job to himself if he gets it done?
Sure.
Maybe.
Why wouldn't he? He said he would. I mean, he's going to man his word.
Yeah, if you're going to be nice to everyone else, you may as well be nice to yourself.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, what a week. What a tournament. My goodness. A big challenge for these guys. Not the best weather. In fact, pretty bad weather to start a tournament in. Tough, challenging for the fishing, but these guys, they figure it out, and these top 10 especially. Hats off to them for a great, great achievement, making it through in such fine shape and giving us such a great show on Championship Sunday.
Good job of holding down the fort, you two, all week. Like
Yeah,
you always
thanks
do.
to Rick Clun for coming in here, too. What a treat for all of us. He's a hero to so many, and boy, even more of a hero for us of spending 3 days with him in the studio here. Just a great, great man with so much information to share, and still looking for more. Weigh-in begins. Moments away, just less than a moment away. Don't forget the Moultrie Behind the Tanks over on YouTube. Have the full experience, and we will see you next time.